Your portal to the unexplained. Get ready to delve into the depths of the supernatural with us. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to be part of our ever-growing community of truth seekers. Let's dive into the unknown together. Ghost in the Coal Mine. I was born in 1968. I'm the son of a miner father and a miner myself. I'm the father of 2 children. The incident happened to me in a mine where I worked a year or 2 before I retired. Everything started after an accident in the mine. That day I went to the workplace as usual. In the morning, after having breakfast in the canteen of the workplace, I got into the cage to go 260 meters underground. And when I say cage, I mean elevator. We mine workers preferred to call it a cage instead of an elevator because it was a simple device that worked with a large crane rather than an elevator. Anyway, I went down into the mine. After working until the end of the shift, I started walking toward the bottom of the shaft. We call the place where we got into the cage the bottom of the shaft. As I walked slowly, an engine passed by me quickly. What I call an engine can be considered as a small train. It was a relatively simple device compared to the train, pulling only wagons weighing up to 1 ton at most. There were workers on the engine. Normally, they're forbidden to do this, but sometimes when the workers are very tired after work, they ride on the engine to avoid walking. I continued to walk slowly as the engine sped past me. Then there was shouting coming up from ahead. Someone seemed to be moaning in a wheezing voice. I moved toward the direction of the sound in order to understand exactly what was happening. I started to look around carefully. When I approached the place where the sound came from, I saw that somebody was lying in the water channel on the side of the air door. Blood was flowing from the person lying in the water channel as if from a faucet. At that moment, I went into short-term shock. In that chaos, we immediately carried the injured person to the lift entrance, which we call the bottom of the shaft. We sent him to the hospital. I can still not get over the shock of that image, and that day that person who was injured in that accident died. This incident affected me deeply. My psychology turned upside down. According to what I learned later, the accident happened as follows. While the workers were traveling with the engine, the door didn't open. Since the engine was also fast, the engine hit the door with great violence. The worker who was caught between the engine and the door was crushed badly during this impact. In the days following this incident, when I passed through that gate, it always seemed to me as if someone was still lying in the water channel. I couldn't pass through there by myself. Since the hearth wasn't sufficiently lit, it was always very dark inside the hearth. It was only illuminated by fluorescent lamps, which were very sparsely placed in certain parts of the hearth. Because of the effect of this incident, I was completely disenchanted with work. I didn't feel like going to work at all, but I had to. Anyway, one day when I was at work again, I was the last one left at the end of the work area of the mine where I was working. When I looked around, everybody had left, sat down somewhere. Such a weight fell on me that it seemed like a lifetime to go from there to the lift area, which the workers called the bottom of the shaft yet again. I said to myself, I'll rest a little while I'm sitting here and then I'll go. My eyes closed for a while and I was between sleep and wakefulness. I saw a man approaching me from ahead, holding a lamp in his hand. There's no work left at the stove at this hour. Guess he stayed later like me. As I said this to myself, that light that was approaching me suddenly disappeared. Oh my God, where did this man go? Then I thought, let me sit for 1 or 2 more minutes. Maybe the man who just disappeared will come back and we can go to the lift together. Then my eyes closed again. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly I woke up with a very severe slap. But what a slap. I thought my neck was broken. I immediately recovered and looked around me. There was no one. It was impossible for somebody to hit me and run away, and for this reason, I started running toward the lift in fear and panic. That day I didn't tell anyone about what had happened. 1 or 2 weeks later, I was the last one again. This time I hurried up and went straight to the lift entrance. As I sat down and waited for the lift to arrive, I noticed that something jet black was coming toward me. It had a hand lamp and a hard hat, but neither of them was lit. It was slowly approaching me, and I called out from afar, "Master, what's wrong? Did the lamp malfunction?" He didn't answer. Instead, it just kept coming towards me slowly. I felt a strong sense of fear that I didn't know why. I wanted to get up and leave. I even wanted to run away, but I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. Although he was very close to me, I couldn't see his face or body clearly. It was as if the man coming toward me was not a tangible substance, but a shadow, a silhouette. "Don't ever sleep on the hearth again," he said to me. I could feel the man's speech not in my ears, but in my brain. He spoke to me and almost telepathically and disappeared. I had heard of such events from a few other people before, but I didn't believe it. At that moment, those stories I had heard just went through my mind. I read all the prayers I knew. That black silhouette had not harmed me, but living that moment had further disrupted my already broken psychology. I couldn't get up from where I was sitting for another 1 to 2 minutes. After a while, I pulled myself together and walked away from there. When I told my friends what had happened to me, they didn't believe me. When I told them what happened to the imam of the village where I lived, the imam believed me and said the following. "They are the owners of the mines. As you know, according to Islamic belief, the souls of martyrs can choose to stay in this world instead of going to the hereafter if they wish. According to a saying of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, those who die under the rubble are considered martyrs, just like those who die in war. That's why we call people who died in the mines mine martyrs. Most probably that thing you saw in the mine was the spirit of a mine martyr, and it warned you. He wanted to protect you. After that day, I never slept in the mine again." The mysterious death of Aunt Fiden. My father's family used to live in the Palu district of Elazig City, Turkey. He had an aunt whose name is Fiden. She's been able to talk with 3-lettered beings since her youth. Aunt Fiden was in her 70s when this story took place. However, my father was still young then. My father was passing in front of the house of his aunt while going to the coffee house. Aunt Fiden was in the garden. When their eyes met, Aunt Fiden's gaze was like the gaze of someone in a trance. My father greeted him, but this aunt didn't respond. He thought, "Wonder if something happened." But he didn't care a lot and kept going on his way. In the evening, my father remembered his aunt and decided to visit her. When he arrived at the house of his aunt, Aunt Fiden was sick and lying on her bed. She was talking in her sleep. "Small Jinn, come here. The green Jinn, do not climb up on the ceiling." My father took her to the to the health center in the village in his car. They gave her an injection and she regained consciousness. Again, one day the village guards, there's 2 of them, they saw Aunt Fiden running in a hurry and looking at her back toward the fields in the dark. They yelled, "Aunt, stop!" But Aunt Fiden didn't listen to them. When the guards followed her, Aunt Fiden had already disappeared. In the morning, the guards told my father what happened the previous night. My father visited the house of his aunt. His aunt was at home, and he asked, "What happened, Aunt? Where'd you go?" His aunt replied, "No, I didn't go anywhere." One night, Aunt Fiden disappeared. Her neighbors were alarmed and started to look for her. Everyone was looking for Aunt Fiden in different areas, and in the end, My father's uncle Mahmoud found Aunt Fiden next to Lake Murat, which is about 400 meters away from the village. Aunt Fiden was sitting in the dark on her own and looking at the waves in a trance-like state. However, her feet were bare. The interesting thing is she didn't have any scratches on her feet. However, despite he was wearing shoes and socks, Uncle Mahmoud's feet were bruised and scarred due to thorns and gravel on the path to the lake. Aunt Fiden didn't have any physical discomfort or sickness when they took her home that night. However, she was talking and screaming by herself. She didn't have any mental or physical sickness before she started to act weird. No one could figure out how a healthy woman can turn into this state in just a year. The next morning, Aunt Fiden was found strangled to death in her barn. As much as I learned from what my father told, according to the villagers, Jinns tortured and killed Aunt Fiden. Despite years past, some villagers claim that they see Aunt Fiden walking in a hurry. In Turkish, the word jinn is written as sin, since it is believed that the mention of the word sin summons the jinn to the place where the word is mentioned. The number of letters of the word is often used instead. Village Guard, the official security unit serving the rural settlement areas in Turkey, which are mainly local workers. Treasure guard slapped me in the face. The story I'm about to tell you happened in 2008. I started working in a central Anatolian city where two other people were there also to excavate an illegal tumulus, a king's tomb in search of treasure. Our goal was to dig 9 meters to reach the tunnel and the burial chamber. On the first day we dug 3 meters. We dug at night and stopped working early in the morning. The evening after the excavation, I went to the excavation site and saw that somebody had covered the pit. This didn't mean anything to us, but we had to start digging again. This time, we managed to dig 4 meters deep. However, when we went to the site the next evening, the pit was covered again and we had to dig again. After the excavation, I went and slept on my left side, in my single bed. I dreamt that I was digging in the area. The last axe blow revealed a hole leading to the tunnel. When I widened the hole and entered the tunnel, there was a tall man holding a sword. His skin stuck to his bones next to a pile of gold coins. After we looked at each other for a while, I asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "I'm the guard here. Who are you?" I said, "I'm the new owner of this place." He stood up and said, "Stay away from here, otherwise you will die." He slapped me hard in the face. After the shock of the dream, I went to the bathroom to check myself in the mirror, and there were purple fingerprints on my face. Couldn't leave the house for a week because of this horrible dream. My friends from the team called me and asked me why I didn't come. I told them about the horrible dream I had and told them that I would never go there again, advised them not to go there either. 1. Illegal antiquities. Illegal antiquities and treasure hunting is very common in Turkey, which is home to many ancient civilizations that have lived in the region for thousands of years. 2. According to Islamic belief, it's frowned upon to turn the left side and sleep. 3. There's a widespread belief in Turkey that treasures that remain buried for a long time are possessed by jinn, or the people who bury the treasure try to protect it with spells or talismans to keep thieves away. Illegal treasure seekers work with hodjas, who talk to jinns in order to keep them away or break these spells. Treasure guarded by jinns. This story happened in 1998 in a village in the Black Sea region. Spelling Turkey, Turkiye, so I keep screwing it up. But I'm sure that's how they spell it. My name is Serkan. I'm born and raised in Istanbul, the child of an ordinary family. My father was a civil servant, and you know the difficulties of living in Istanbul. My father worked hard to put us 2 children through school, but he had to moonlight on the weekends because he couldn't keep up financially. So my father often didn't have enough time for us. I used to resent him for that. Now that I'm 35 years old, married with 2 children, I can better understand how unfair I was to my father. I loved the summer months. It gave us financial relief. My father would usually meet my needs like bicycles and computers at the end of the summer, because we had hazelnut orchards back home. Every year we would go to our village in early August, harvest, sell our hazelnuts, then return to Istanbul in early September. August 1998 was a little bit different from other years, and after those nightmarish days we never set foot in our hometown again. That year I asked my father for an Atari as a report card present. When he said he would buy it after the hazelnut harvest, the world was mine. God, I couldn't wait to work in that hazelnut orchard in our village. I don't think I would have worked so enthusiastically if I didn't have a vested interest, you could say. One evening at 8 o'clock, our bus was leaving from the bus station. As we were packing our suitcases, I remembered that I'd forgotten my Walkman. I'd made my father buy me it last year, so I rushed to my room, grabbed the record button of the stereo from the drawer and a few cassettes that I used to record from the radio and left. The 12-hour journey from Istanbul to our village would have been unbearable otherwise. Uncle Osman, my father's friend, came to our door in this car to take us to the bus station. We didn't wait too long. We loaded the suitcases in the truck and got in the car. It was 20 minutes from our house to the bus station. We arrived at the bus station after a short while. We boarded our bus and set off. As we crossed the Bosphorus Bridge, I thought to myself that I would miss this city, because whenever I went to the village, I missed Istanbul after about a week. Let me tell you a little bit about our village. I don't think I need to tell you about greenery of the Black Sea. There's many big trees and forests in our region, but settlements and their surroundings are usually surrounded by hazelnut gardens. The village center is a place with approximately 130 to 150 households built on a flat area. It was resembling a town rather than a village. Many houses, and they're used by villagers for their shopping needs. As you move away from the center, high hills welcome you. My grandparents' house, the house we're going to stay in, was in the middle of one of these hills. The distance between the center and the house was about 25 minutes on foot. On the way, there was a very old, decaying school and a wooden bridge over the village stream that we had to cross. Every time I crossed that bridge, a shiver ran through my body. I didn't know why. There's only 2 households between the village square and the bridge. One of them was far from the bridge. The other was about 50 meters back from the bridge. In this house, there was an old woman named Fadme. They lived alone. She was a strange woman who didn't talk to anyone and hid when she saw people. I'll talk about this woman later. After the bridge, the climb up to the hill began. Sometimes I wondered how I would feel if I had to cross the road at night, which I was afraid to cross even during the day when I was alone. According to my grandfather, Greeks used to live in our village. The Greeks who fled during the War of Independence buried their gold and valuables in various places in hopes that they would come back after the war was over. He also said there were a few people from the village who found gold. After the last incident, no one searched for treasure. One day last year, some foreign people came to the village, introducing themselves as government officials and saying that they were going to make an exploration. My grandfather was suspicious of their contradictory speech, thought that they had to come look for gold. I heard that he had told them about the incident to make them give up. Then the men must have gotten scared because they left the village. This is how it happened. The year was 1979. 3 young men, including Mehmet, the son of Aunt Fiden, were always looking for treasure. One day, while wandering by the stream, Mehmet came across some marks carved in a large rock near the wooden bridge. He got excited thinking that these marks were Greek letters. Although he had passed this place many times before, he had never noticed them. In the evening of that day, he meets the friends at the village cafe, as he does every evening, tells them about this rock. His friends immediately grab a pickaxe and a shovel and say, "Let's go," and they set off. When they come to the creek, just as they're about to start digging, Mehmet's eyes catches the wooden bridge. On this bridge, a few beings with unknown faces and hands were looking at them. In a panic, Mehmet warns his friends and sits behind a rock, trembling and looking at his friends. When his friends look at the bridge, they can't see anything. They put the incident aside and excitedly start digging in various places around the rock. After about an hour of digging, the pickaxe hits a wooden chest. When they lift this chest, they see that there is a jug underneath. Cries of joy echo through the forest. When the friends open the chest and see dried snakeskin, some dried herbs, and a blood-like liquid in a glass bottle, they realize what kind of trouble they've reached. While all of this was happening, Mehmet was already lifting the jug and knocked it to the ground. As the jug's contents are revealed, ear-splitting screams emanate from the woods behind the rock. Terrified, the friends look in the direction of the sound and see a dozen of glowing eyes in the woods. One of the young men collapses. Mehmet and his other friend flee the scene, leaving the gold and their friend on the ground. Since Mehmet's house was close to the scene, he went home soon after. Curious about the young people who didn't go home at the night, their families start looking for them at the first light of the morning. Soon they are found, and lamentations echo in the village square. 1 kilometer away from the scene, the young man who had run away with Mehmet, while telling the villagers he saw on the road about the incident, said that they found me and ran away again, only to be found dead in a hazelnut garden near his house. The other young was lying lifeless, or he had collapsed. Mehmet's fate was unknown. His mother said that Mehmet never came home that day. No one had seen or heard about the gold the youth had found. After these events, the villagers called the creek Sin Creek, and the bridge Sin Creek Bridge. The truth of the matter is this. There was a Greek family here who practiced magic. Before leaving this region, they buried the gold coin somewhere around the rock on the edge of Sin-Dorsai, cast a spell to protect them from the Jinns. What was found in the chest after the young people dug it up were the materials used in the spell. Anyway, we had finally reached our village after a long journey. The minibuses departed from the bus station. They were coming to the village square. By the time we reached the square, my grandfather had already arrived on his motorcycle. He settled on the motorcycle without wasting time. We set off toward her house on the hill. Soon we were at Aunt Fadime's house. She must have heard the sound of the motorcycle because we saw her enter the house as we passed by. Aunt Fadime was a strange person. I didn't even remember hearing her voice before. A little further on, we were greeted by a wooden bridge that smelled of history. Interesting. Ever since I heard the story of this area, every time I crossed it, I got chills. I looked at my grandfather and father, and they were moving their lips. They were obviously shivering and saying prayers as I crossed the bridge. After the crossing the bridge, we started climbing up the steep slope. Soon, the houses of relatives began to appear before us. There were about 15 houses on the hill where our house was located. Most of them were in the house of our relatives. When we reached our house, I went straight to bed. I was very tired. When I woke up, the sun was about to set, and I felt rested. Seeing me waking up, my mother called out from the kitchen. "Serkan, my son. We'll set a table under the gazebo. My uncles will come too. Carry these plates." I was happy to hear that my uncles were coming. I had 2 cousins, Akin and Amre, and they could be considered my peers. We loved each other very much, but because of the long distances between us, we could only see each other 1 month a year. They lived here. After a nice dinner in the garden and the house, my cousins and I started chatting. We agreed that tomorrow we would meet in the village square, eat ice cream, walk around a bit. At such gatherings, we would often buy some junk food and sit in the garden of the old school and eat it. Another reason we chose that secluded place was that when we got together, we would sometimes smoke cigarettes in secret. There weren't many people coming and going, so the risk of getting caught was low. There were a few times when we heard strange noises coming from inside the school. When we would go and look, we would see nothing but a ruin with a single classroom, a very old blackboard on the wall and rotten desks. Actually, it looked very scary, but we were used to it. It came so often. After dinner, tea was brewed. While the elders were chatting in the corner, we 3 cousins were chatting nearby. Then the conversation of the elders caught my attention, and I listened. My father asked my uncle, "There's still no news about Uncle Muhyiddin, is there?" My uncle said, "No, the last time he went after gold in Sin Creek. That was the last time he went. We never found him alive or dead." Uncle Muhyiddin didn't believe the story of Jinn Creek. According to him, after finding the treasure that night, Mehmet had killed his friends and escaped with the treasure. Whenever the subject came up, he would say, "Stop these tales of jinns." Mehmet ran away with the gold and he took the lives of 2 young men. Maybe he was right. One day when the subject came up in the village coffee house, Uncle Muhyiddin got angry. "I have no fear if there is a treasure in Sin Creek. There must be other treasures," he said. He goes to the creek with a pickaxe and a shovel. The last people to see him are the workers in the hazelnut garden. The gendarmerie is notified. Gendarmerie, perhaps. That's hard to say. Despite searching for days, no results were found. It was quite late. My uncles got ready, got into their tourist car, and left. The next day at noon, as we had agreed, I set off for the schoolyard to meet the cousins. After about 10 minutes of walking, I arrived at Sin Creek. It looked very beautiful from afar in daylight. A stream with clear water flowing in the middle of the forest. Beautiful bird sounds all around. After looking at it from a distance, I walked toward the bridge. As I got closer, the chills came back. There was a bad energy here. This was obvious. I quickly crossed the bridge and continued on my way. A little ahead, Aunt Fiden was waving her hands as if she was talking to someone. There was no one in front of her. She soon realized I was coming and quickly entered the house and slammed the door. She must have gone mad with grief after her son disappeared, I thought. When I arrived at the schoolyard, my cousins hadn't arrived yet. While I was waiting, I lit a cigarette. I'd stolen it from my father's pack. I was halfway through when I started by the sound of talking and threw a cigarette away, and my dog in a cone started making loud noises and interrupting me. It was my father's voice. I could hear it very clearly. As I ran away, the rustling sound of dry leaves under my feet gave me away. Who's there? They were coming fast. I went to the secluded area behind the school so they wouldn't see me. The back wall of the school was covered with ivy. I found a gap between the vines and leaned my back against the wall of the school. My father would be very angry if he found out I was smoking. Out of fear, I just sat in a hiding place for a while. Then I dozed off and fell asleep. In my dream, I was in the schoolyard. The school was like new. Flowers had been planted in the garden, and there was a colorful landscape. Beautiful bird songs echoed around. A whispery voice was telling me to go inside the school. Children's voices were coming from inside. I approached the window and looked inside myself, and there was a teacher. He was holding a wooden ruler and explaining something on the blackboard. The window I was looking at was directly opposite the blackboard. About 30 children were listening to the lecture with their backs to me. Suddenly I realized that it was getting dark. When I turned around, I was terrified. The beautiful garden I had just seen was gone, replaced by the ruined garden of the school. The sunny weather had been replaced by a gloomy and overcast one. A cloud of fog was slowly coming toward me from about 20 meters away. When I turned my head back in the direction of the school, my heart almost stopped from fear of the sight that I saw. The teacher had been replaced by an ugly creature. Its eyes were white, it was very tall. Its mouth was like a human mouth opened until it tore open. It pointed at me with its index finger and said a word in a language I didn't understand. At that moment, the creatures sitting on the desks of the classroom turned their head toward me without turning their bodies. 30 pairs of white and bright eyes stared at me. Screaming, I turned around and started running into the fog. I had only taken a few steps when hundreds of crows began to caw in their ugly voices from the trees around me. They began to fly and attacked me. The eyes of the crows were red. I was running, trying to protect my head with my hands while I tripped and fell on my face. When I stood up to get up, I saw the creature looking down at me and lunged at me with a horrible scream. I woke up, jumping up, sweat beading on my face. My cousins had either not come, or they had come and left because they couldn't see me. When I saw that it was almost dark, boiling water poured over my head, thinking about how to cross Sin Creek in the dark. First, I thought of going to the village square, but that road in the dark was as scary as Sin Creek. The sun was about to set, so I had to make a quick decision. Gathering my courage, I decided to go home and set off. I was still under the influence of the dream I had seen. My legs were shaking. I walked along the road reciting Surahs Falak and Nas. As I passed Aunt Fatime's house, I looked at her windows. There was no movement. Not even the light was on. After a while, the Sin Creek Bridge came into view. Whispered voices were coming from my right and left. With each whisper, I turned my head in the direction of the sound. I turned my back to the bridge with the sound coming up from behind me. No one was there. When I turned back to the bridge, the beings lined up on the bridge, and they were looking at me with their white and bright eyes. I wanted to cry out of fear, but I couldn't. I started running backwards with all my strength. The nearest house was Aunt Fatime's house. I arrived at her door, gasping for breath. I was pounding on the door, but no one answered. Whispering voices kept coming. There was a barn in the yard of the house. I ran there to hide. The barn door was locked. It was a barn with 2 compartments. I could hear animal noises coming from the compartment on the left. I went around behind it. There was a window in the room on the right. They had boarded it up. Put all my strength into it, hoping to open it. A piece of wood came loose, and there was a growling sound from inside. While I bent down and looked, I froze. There was someone chained by the neck and feet. He was looking at me, laughing in a voice you'd be surprised to hear coming from a human being. There was no white in his eyes. His eyes were completely black. His hair, beard, and nails were very long. It looked like a wild animal. What was this creature? A crunching sound came from behind me. I looked up and my eyes glazed over. I had been hit on the head with a hard object. When I opened my eyes, I was in the hospital. I learned the rest of the story from my father, and I'll tell you this part as he told it from his mouth. Sir Khan said that he had heard that we had come to the ruined school that day, but he had never been there. My brother Amit and I had paperwork in the district. We met early in the morning and went there. On the way back, we stopped by relatives near our house and chatted for a while. Time passed quickly and it was getting close to dark. When we returned home, my wife greeted us in a hurry. When I asked, "What's the matter?" she said, "Sirkan hasn't been around for hours. Something must have happened to him. He was supposed to meet Akim and Amir, but the boys came to ask for Sirkan. They're inside now. Could he have gone to Jinn Creek? Stop, ma'am. Calm down. We'll see now. I told Amit to start the car. There was a well-known Hoja who lived on the other side of our hill. That side of the hill was connected to another village. We didn't travel back and forth that way very much. My brother Amit started climbing the hill at full speed. After about 15 minutes, we were at the Hodja's house. We quickly explained the situation. The Hodja took some materials from the shelves and drawers and said, "Let's go." When we came to Sin Creek, the branches of all the trees around the creek were shaking like crazy. There wasn't much wind. "You wait here," said the Hodja, drawing the basmala. He walked toward the center of the bridge. He took something out of his pocket. We don't really know what it was. It was like sand. Poured it into his palm. He said something in Arabic and blew on it. Then he wrapped the rope he took out around the railings of the bridge and started to tie knots while reciting a prayer. He tied a knot after each prayer. Finally, he went down to the stream, made a fire, threw something into it, put out the fire with water he took from the stream. He did everything very quickly. Suddenly, the tree branches stopped swaying and everything calmed down. "Now we can search," said the Hodja. First, we quickly went down to the creek bank, scattered and looked around. On the one hand, we were shouting Sirkan, and on the other hand, we were scanning the forested area with a flashlight. After a while, I saw a path along the creek bank. This path went all the way to the garden of Aunt Fadime's house. Mehmet's mother. Mehmet was my best friend as a child. We had walked this path together a few times. We had been separated since I was to work abroad at a young age. Then I heard about the unfortunate incident that happened to him. I started walking up the path when I came to Aunt Fadime's garden. I was devastated by the scene that I saw. Aunt Fadime was trying to drag someone off the ground. These were Sirkan's clothes. I ran and grabbed the old woman and threw her backwards. She hit her head where she fell and remained motionless. Sirkan's face was covered in blood. The unscrupulous woman must have hit him with a hard object like a shovel. When I checked his pulse, I realized he was alive, and I was thankful. My brother Amit was nearby. He came running when he heard the shouting. I asked Amit for the car keys. "Stay close to this woman," I said, and rushed Sirkan to the hospital. I'll try to tell the last part of the story exactly as my uncle told it to me, as far as I remember. My brother took my nephew and stepped on the gas. I stared at the cloud of dust he left behind him on the dirt road. The teacher had heard the sound, like me, and came. "Did you find the boy? How is he?" he asked. "He's alive, I only know this much." I was asking myself why Aunt Fadime wanted to harm this child. I said to the Hodja, "Hodja, you stay with this woman, I'll take a look around." According to the marks on the ground, the old woman had dragged Sirkan from the barn side. It was clear from the way the grass was laying. I followed the tracks. She was going behind the barn. There was blood on the ground and a shovel next to him. Why did you want, or what did you want from the child and the woman, I said to myself. There were strange noises coming from the inside. There was a gap at the bottom of the boarded-up window, just enough to see inside. I bent down and looked to my amazement, and there was a person inside whose face looked familiar. His hair and beard were tangled, and he lived in filth. He was making strange noises and trying to attack, but his chains prevented him. When I looked more carefully, I recognized who it was. Poor Mehmet. He had obviously suffered a lot. I called the Hodja to come and take a look. As soon as he saw him, he said, "This poor man is haunted by evil people. Let's break the boards on the windows so I can get inside." With the shovel on the floor, I made enough space for him to enter. Hodja entered by reciting verses. As the Hodja recited verses, Mehmet was almost going crazy. Meanwhile, Aunt Fadime came to my mind. When I looked to check on her, I saw that she wasn't there. I went up the road and looked, but there was no sign of her. When I came to the Hodja with Mehmet, the Hodja put his hand under Mehmet and said, "O demon created by Allah, get out of his body." Mehmet was weak and collapsed on the floor. Haja went inside and asked for help to carry Mehmet. He told me that the possession was very stubborn and that he should take Mehmet to his house and put him up for a few days. He added that it might take a few more sessions, but with Allah's permission, he would save him. This is what my father and uncle told me. When I opened my eyes, I was in the hospital. My mother, father, uncle, cousins, they were all here. They suspected a brain hemorrhage and put me to sleep for 3 days. During this time, with the help of Haja, Mehmet started to get better. He tried to tell my father what he had experienced, what had happened, as much as he could remember. I say he tried because he had a stutter after what he had been through, but the night they found the treasure, Mehmet came home scared. He senses something strange in his mother, but he doesn't pay attention because his mind is on the beings outside. As he looks out of the window, his mother hits him on the head with a hard object. He opens his eyes, chained in an empty room in the barn. His mother and the beings he saw on the bridge that night were on his head. And from that day on, he's always in pain. The Jinn Who Taught Me Sorcery. That summer my father fell ill, and I, as the eldest son, went out to pasture the sheep. That night the moon was very bright, and the stars weren't visible. It was very hot, and I was lying in the grass. Suddenly I heard a noise, and I got up and looked around. When I opened my eyes in the darkness, there was silence all around me. There were no bird song, no breeze of the wind. I could only hear a slight rustling in the grass. I felt a shiver run up through me. I realized that something was moving in the grass. For a moment I saw a shadow moving toward me in the darkness, but then it disappeared. My heart was beating wildly. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything. Only the rustling of the shadow was ringing in my ears. I immediately stood up and ran toward the herd. I remembered the stories of jinns and thought that jinns were following me. I knew I was scaring myself for nothing, but there was nothing I could do. I lived with this fear throughout the night, looking at the herd and listening to the surroundings. I fell asleep while the animals were grazing. When I woke up, the sun was coming up. The fear inside me was still there. I gathered the herd and went home. When I got home, I realized something was wrong. The door had been left open. A foggy silhouette stood in front of the door. I couldn't see his face. I felt cold inside, but I walked toward the house anyway. He approached me and said in a thin voice, "Shepherd, I watched you and admired your courage. There's something I must tell you. It's our territory and you must not stay there too long, otherwise no one can protect you." I couldn't respond to his words. My heart was beating like crazy. The Jinn smiled at me and continued, "I like brave people like you. Maybe I'll give you a chance. I can teach you something, but you must be loyal to me and do what I say." Hearing these words, my fear increased, but my curiosity was aroused. What was this Jinn going to teach me? The Jinn touched my shoulder and said, "Think for a night before you decide. Don't disobey me, otherwise you will regret it." Then he disappeared in the mist, and from that day on I dreamt of him every night. He said he was teaching me sorcery, but he was also watching me. For several days I thought about the Jinn's offer. Every night in my dreams he taught me spells and promised to give me power, but I began to feel uncomfortable with his presence. One night in my dream he cast a very powerful spell on me. While I was casting the spell, a dark fog surrounded me and scary creatures appeared. The Jinn frightened me and took control of me. It was hurting me a lot and I had to get rid of it. I don't know how to resist the power of the Jinn. I researched how to protect myself and found some methods against Jinns. I was ready now and I wanted to confront it, but I realized I was wrong. I never saw him again except in dreams. Maybe the first day I saw him was also a dream, but I can't remember exactly. Maybe it was all imagination. My father's illness had gotten worse and the doctors couldn't understand what was happening. Thought it might have something to do with the spell the Jinn had cast on me, but I couldn't be sure. One night I went out to graze the sheep again. The Jinn appeared. This time he looked scarier. His face was like black smoke and he was sneaking toward me and he said, "Don't you want to serve me?" I looked at him with my eyes trembling with fear and I said no inside. But the Jinn's power overpowered me. I began to do his bidding. I fearfully submitted to his spell. My days were filled with what he taught me in his dreams. One night in my dream, the Jinn took me on his back, took me around. The whole place was covered in a dark fog and horrible creatures roamed around. The Jinn told me their names. I can't remember them now. In fear and terror, I continued to do the Jinn's bidding. I didn't know how to save myself. My days and nights were filled with nightmares. The stress had worn me out and I could no longer tolerate people. I was talking to my friends and they told me about Jinns. They said they had seen me grazing sheep in the evening and that something had happened to me. I got angry and asked them to change the subject. Sarhat laughed at me and said, "Are you scared? A man's not afraid. Let me come with you one night and graze sheep." I replied, "What could happen? Let him come along." We had agreed earlier to meet in front of the fountain, and when I returned home, my mother prepared some food for me. I gathered the sheep, set off after a while, and I saw Sarhat near the fountain. We went into the fields to graze the sheep, and after a while it got quiet. Sarhat suddenly stopped and said that this was a dangerous place, that we should be careful. We kept walking in fear, and I felt that something was going on around us. Our sheep started to get cranky, and some of them tried to run away. Suddenly I saw a being following us in the darkness. A being with glowing eyes was chasing us. Sarhat picked up and ran away to gather the sheep while I tried to go back. But the being with the glowing eyes started to follow me in the dark. "Told you we shouldn't have stayed here," Sarhat shouted. Finally, the being with the glowing eyes grabbed me and said, "You will be my servant and obey my commands." Unable to control myself in the fear and terror, I realized that I was now under its control. I felt like I was being pulled into a dark world and I couldn't find a way out of it. When I came to, it was just getting light and there was no sign of the sheep. I was shocked to see the sheep lying lifeless on the village road. Sarhat was lying among them and his face was mutilated. There was the smell of carcasses around. I couldn't stand it and I had to vomit because I started to feel nauseous. When I was done, I ran to inform the villagers. The villagers were stunned by the horrible incident. Everybody was wondering how the sheep had died and how Sarhat had become like this. Some people claimed that there was a supernatural force behind this terrible event. After a few days, strange things started happening in the village. A woman's voice was heard screaming in the middle of the night. Some villagers said that Sarhat's ghost was haunting the village. The rest claimed that the source of the voice was Sarhat's mother. Indeed, the poor woman had collapsed after the funeral. Every time I passed by their house, she would look at me with disgust. It was obvious that she blamed me for her son's death. If I had let her mock me, there would have been no need for me to prove myself to her. My father and mother were also very upset when the sheep perished. The only source of income for our household had suddenly disappeared. My father's health deteriorated a little bit more with this news. Although my mother didn't show it to me, I could see that she blamed me in her heart. If I had been a little more careful, Sarhat would have lived, and the sheep wouldn't have perished. Sometime after these events, the Jinn started to enter my dreams again. "I'm very angry with you, Shepherd. It's too dangerous for you to even come to that area if you brought your friend. How can I trust you now?" I was filled with anger as the voice of the Jinn echoed in my ears. "I will teach you to protect yourself," he said, and his bright eyes glittered behind their black clusters. I don't remember what happened, but I never felt the same again. A few days later, I returned to that land, the wind carrying the rustle of the grass to my ears, and the fear inside me vanished. I was no longer afraid of anything. From that day on, he came into my dreams every night and taught me how to cast spells. One of the spells was to heal my father. I wasn't sure if he tricked me or not, but I was ready to try anything to make my father healthy again. After a while, I noticed that my father was getting better day by day. He was getting better so fast that the doctors noticed the change immediately. In those days, the headman brought us some sheep. He said he would give us their offspring, if we kept them for him. Suddenly, everything became even better than before. The Jinn woman in my dreams was always teaching me new spells. I was so excited that I tried them out and went on like that for a while. Then everything became more horrible. One night when the woman came into my dream again, I saw the dark silhouette that appeared right behind her, and I woke up in fear. After that night, I never saw the woman again. It didn't take me long to realize that I was being haunted by a different Jinn. I told you to obey my command. Now you're completely under it. There's no way to get rid of me. I couldn't hide you from me forever. That day I realized I was haunted by two different Jinns. One wanted to protect me from the other, but the evil one had somehow defeated him. My father's health started to deteriorate again, and I felt so helpless. I tried my spells, but this time they didn't work. In the middle of the night, with my arms crossed, I thought, this is the end for you. I will not set you free. At that moment, the door of the room flew open and a bright light flooded in. The woman who had saved me from the clutches of the evil Jinn reappeared, and she said, I will save you. Cast a powerful spell that will destroy the dark Jinn. This time, my father's health really began to improve, and I happily continued to practice what she had taught me. But the fear of the evil Jinn reappearing always haunted me. One night when I asked him about it, he told me that I had been going to that pasture since I was a child, that I was attracted to them, and that they were trying to use me to serve them. At first, this was his intention too, but then he took pity on me and wanted to help me. My fear increased even more after I learned this. After that day, he didn't enter my dreams for a while. I continued to cast spells to heal my father, and soon he recovered completely. That year, the sheep gave birth in pairs. We had twice as many lambs as the sheep at that. Thanks to the headman, he wanted to help us without embarrassing us and found such a remedy. Before I turned 18, I married a girl found by my family. We lost a baby in the first year of my marriage. I didn't want to resort to sorcery again, but my wife was very upset about it. It was eating me up inside. I knew I was sinning. But whatever you say, the child at that time was right. We welcomed our first child with the help of the woman in my dream. As the fear of something happening to my child grew every day, I realized even more that I had to stay away from spells. I told her I would never cast a spell again. She refused. When he said that he would take the child back, I realized that I had to get rid of the village and him somehow. With the support of my father's, I moved to Mirsin, where I started working at a car wash. After learning the business, I opened a shop for myself and improved my business in a short time. With the good news of my wife's second baby, I cleared my head and moved to my father's in a house closer to us in Mirsin. All of my siblings studied and saved themselves. Sometimes that Jinn comes into my dreams. I feel that she's angry, but I keep the realm away from them with the spells that she taught me. Sometimes my daughters talk about a woman calling them, and this worries me a lot. It was late, but I realized that she had tricked me with spells and that they were all bad from the beginning. But it was too late. My Ghost Mom. I had just come home from school. My father wasn't home because he was at work at that time. My mom answered the door. Naturally, I hugged her, kissed her cheeks, and asked what was for dinner. She didn't answer me, though. I didn't push her, thinking she mustn't. Maybe she just didn't hear it. Then it started to get dark. My mom helped me do my homework, and then the bell rang. My mom said, "You answer the door." So I ran to the open door, hugged and kissed my father, then we went into the living room. My mom gave me the hush sign. There was something strange. Looking at my father's movements, it was as if he didn't see her. There was no greeting or any other conversation between them. Even with my child mind, the situation struck me as strange. I was scared, but I kept quiet. I didn't say anything to anyone. When it was around 10 p.m., I went to my room to sleep. My mom was sitting by my bed. Not giving me a chance to ask her why my father couldn't see her, she started telling me a story. Since I was still a small child, I started to listen. Fell asleep while listening to my mother's story. When I woke up in the morning, my father brought my school uniform to my room. My mom helped me put it on, and then I went to school as I always did. And that was how my days went for about a week. Every day it seemed like my mom was helping me in a way that my dad couldn't see. Then 2 more days passed and things started to change. My mom came at me with a knife. "Do you want to come at me?" she yelled, and I got scared and started crying. And by the way, my mother had been sick with cancer for years. That evening, my father told me that my mother had passed away in the hospital a week earlier. He had been just waiting for the right time to tell me in a proper way. But when my father found out what I had experienced with my mother for a week, he told me that what I had seen couldn't be real, but everything I experienced was real. She even made me do my homework, spirit thing. Anyway, when I insisted that what I saw was real, my father took me to a psychologist. The psychologist said that it was impossible for a girl of my age to make up such things that she said she had seen. These words of the psychologist proved, that what I had seen was real. When we moved out of that house and settled into an apartment, this is 100% true. I personally experienced all of these things. My friend's magnificent Jinn. Last year, 2021, an acquaintance of mine came to my workplace with a friend. We had a small trade with this acquaintance. In the meantime, we had a casual acquaintance and a short conversation with a friend that he brought with him. 3 days later, close to closing time of our store, one of my childhood friends came to my workplace to shop. After we finished shopping, I closed the store. In response to my offer, my childhood friend told me that he was going to meet another friend and said, "Come along, you can meet my friend." I politely declined my friend's offer and avoid embarrassment, but my friend insisted, so I accepted his offer. We went to a cafe together, and my friend's friend was sitting there waiting for us. I recognized my friend's friend as soon as I saw him. This was the person I mentioned at the beginning of the story, the person I met at my workplace. Such a coincidence, but of course, he recognized me too, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "I think we've met you before," he said. I said, we've met. He burned the Jinn who fell in love with him. We sat down and started chatting. As the time progressed, the conversation got darker and fairy, Jinn, etc. conversations opened up. During the conversation, my friends told me, "I had a fairy until 2 years ago. She was in love with me." Then he started to explain that this fairy appeared to him through a queen who had lived in ancient times, how she came and went and so on. I asked him, "What happened then?" He replied, "I had it burned by a Hadja 2 years ago because it confused me so much. I was out of balance." He answered my question. The Hadja gave him a guardian Jinn. After he left, others, malicious ones, started coming. They tried to haunt me. So I went to another Hadja who said, "They won't be able to bother you anymore. I'm giving you a guardian Jinn." And he gave me a grandfather Jinn. A Muslim Jinn. He's even with me right now. He comes when I call his name and in the evenings, but he gets angry with me if I call him for no reason, and if I drank alcohol. He's very imposing. He always will have a rosary in his hand. But of course I didn't believe what he told me. I let him know that I didn't believe it either. He's here now, he's looking at us. I can show it to you if you want, but you'll be scared to shout. I said, show me. He wouldn't. Aha, I said. It's a lie. The thing in the fog. Anyway, we finished the conversation and left. 2 weeks passed and we met this friend again one evening. We sat in a cafe and chatted. Then we got into the car and started traveling. We were driving at a speed of 40 to 50 kilometers on a straight road, leading to a village road. A fog descended on the road ahead. My friend asked me to stop where the fog started. I stopped. He got out of the car. The roadside was grassy. There was no trees around. There were only bushes. You see, it was a flat, open land. It was foggy, but this fog was only where we were. He asked me to get out of the car quickly and go to him. I got out of the car as my friend told me, and he pointed to a spot ahead and said, "Take a good look here." And I looked. My friend's glorious guardian Jinn. I saw him where he was pointing, about 50 meters ahead of us. He was 5 meters tall, maybe taller. He was going left and right. I could only see him as a gray, shadowy figure from his feet to his chest. Strangely, I couldn't see his face. I watched him for about 3 minutes. His outfit resembled the costumes of Hasavat Keragos. After 3 minutes, he disappeared. The fog disappeared with him. Then we got into the car, and my friend asked me to drive the car to the school. We arrived in front of the school, and there was about 150 meters between us and the school. The staircase lights at the entrance of the school and the lights of a few rooms in the building were on. At the top of the stairs, there was a jet-black man standing there. He disappeared after 1 minute, and after that, I started to believe what my friend had told me. Three open graves in the field. About 5 years ago, late in the evening, I was sitting with 6 of my friends, one of whom was an imam, and we were chatting. During the conversation, the topic turned to the subject, and finally we started talking about jinns. We realized that dry talk about jinns doesn't excite us. Let's go out into the forest, thinking that maybe we would meet one. Anyway, we were wandering the forest, chatting and chatting. It was around 1 a.m. and we're moving through the forest. But at the same time we were scared. But nobody shows that they're scared. The forest is pitch black. We move forward with the phone light. After walking like this for a while, the forested area ended and we reached a grassy field. There we discovered 3 grave-shaped pits about 1.5 meters deep, which I guessed had probably been dug by treasure hunters. After seeing these pits, I started to get scared. We'd better go back now. Let's not fall victim to a blind bullet by hunters here. But my companions ignored me, continued to examine excavations with curiosity. I mean, okay, 3 graves dug in the middle of a field were interesting as well as scary. But I wasn't sure what my friends had found in these pits to examine so much. Were they going to find treasure or corpses just left in these open pits or graves? Even my friend, whom I called my imam friend, was bent down like the others, examining one of the pits with careful eyes. Suddenly, something hit this imam friend in the chest very violently. You couldn't even see what hit him, but the sound of the impact was very bad. My friend was thrown back 3 meters by the impact and fell onto his back. He stayed where he fell. We all froze, thought my friend was dead. If that thing that hit my friend was a physical substance, it would have been impossible for us not to hear the whistling sound of an object coming at that speed. Also, after the impact, that object would have had to somehow bounce back or fall to the ground, just like it did to our friend. But there was no object that we could say, "This is what hit him." My first involuntary reaction was to start reciting Falak. Felak-Nas. But I say, Kul Yezu Baira Bil Felak. And the rest doesn't come, and I say, Kul Azio Birabanas. And the rest doesn't come. You know when you're in a nightmare state and you're awake, you want to shout, call someone, or recite a prayer, but you just can't? I couldn't pronounce the surahs that I'd memorized since my childhood. And after reciting the first verses of these surahs, I knew by heart I was locked as if I was tongue-tied. Couldn't read the rest. I feel ya. Thus, about a minute or so passed. After we got over the initial shock of this unexpected event, we lifted our friend up. He wasn't in as bad of a condition as we thought. He was able to stand up and walk. He was just a bit dazed. He was also a bit dazed just like us. After lifting our friend to his feet, we panicked and said, "Let's get out of here," and set off. We started to walk back the way that we had come in silence, with all of our timidity. We had walked 150 meters or so, and we were just near the end of the field where the beginning of the forest when we heard two people talking at the same time. Cracking sounds come from the forest. We all stopped at that same time, looked at each other. This fearful silence lasted for a while. It's hard to say really how long it lasted. To make sure that we had heard the same thing, we all stopped for the same reason. I asked the friend walking next to me why he had stopped. He said he heard voices talking. Yep, now we were sure. We were not alone there. One of the instinctive cautions, we all listened to the sound coming from the forest. The sounds of talking kept coming. But the voices that we heard speaking were not in our language, or rather in any language that we could understand. Someone or something said strange words that I still remember today, even though it's been a long time since the incident, such as Arak Varak Tarak, which didn't make any sense to us. Another voice, as if responding to him, pronounced some other meaningless words, such as Gara Kuru Daki Madak. The imam started reciting some prayers for protection. After what we had just experienced, it was not wise to go into the forest, but it was the only way to reach the roadside where we had parked the car. The first time we had entered the forest with a smile, now we entered the forest out of fear, reciting prayers. We came out of the forest reciting prayers. We finally reached the road when we reached our village, our home. We talked about what we had been through until morning. But we couldn't come to a conclusion, other than the conclusion of tonight's stories. See ya. Step into the twilight zone with Paranormal M, where reality meets the inexplicable. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on this journey through the realms of the paranormal. We guarantee it'll be a ride you won't soon forget. A midnight stroll with my aunt. When I was around 4 or 5 years old, we visited my aunt's house one day. My aunt loved me very much and paid close attention to me. They had a detached house with a children's park next to it. My aunt would always take me there to play during the day. The night, we stayed at my aunt's, sleeping with my mother. In the middle of the night, my aunt came to my side quietly, woke me up, took my hand, and led me to the park next to the house. She started to push me on the swing. I was very young at the time, and a long time has passed since the event, so it's hard to remember exactly. But I guess it was around 3 or 4 a.m. when this happened. Of course, at the time, I wasn't conscious enough to question how strange or even inappropriate it was to go to the park and ride on a swing at midnight. However, even at that age, there was something that caught my attention. Something that even I, as a child of 45 years old, 4 to 5, found odd. My aunt was very a normally cheerful and talkative person, but that night she was very different. She wasn't talking at all, with a blank expression. She silently swung me, just without saying a word. Then she took my hand and laid me back down next to my mother, just as she had done at the beginning. Back then, being just a 4 or 5-year-old child, I naturally didn't question what happened too much. I remembered this event a few years ago, and I'm certain it wasn't a dream. When I asked my family members, they said that the person who took me to the park that night couldn't have possibly have been my aunt. It must have been a Jinn that came to love me. I have no idea how they came to that conclusion, and as I said, I'm sure it wasn't my aunt. She definitely didn't have a condition like sleepwalking. Although there are many stories about Jinn around here, even legends of Jinn abducting children, I've never heard of a Jinn that loves children. I don't know, maybe it wasn't a Jinn, but some other supernatural entity. If so, I have no idea what it could have been. Mysterious Jinn wedding in Midyat. The year 2001. At that time, I was doing maintenance and repair work on irrigation transformers in villages. A customer called me from a village in Midyat district of Mardin. "You need to come urgently," he said. It was around 06:07 in the evening. "Okay," I said to my customer. "I'm on the way." I would travel 3 hours, if not, in the worst case, I'll stay there for the night and come back in the morning. So I set off. 30 to 40 kilometers before the village, my car broke down in the village road. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. It's pitch black. I started to wait, thinking that maybe somebody would pass by and help me. But I wait and wait, and no one comes. There's no cell phone reception either. There is a hill a little further up. I'll go up there. Maybe my phone will work there. I'll call the customer and ask him to pick me up. I went up the hill and nothing. There was no signal here either. Then I looked up and there were 2 people coming. Aha, I thought. So there is a village nearby. When the men approached, I greeted them, and they took my greeting. "I'm stranded. Can you help me?" I said. "Well, we have a wedding. We're going to a wedding. It's not safe here. You can come with us. We'll figure something out after the wedding." They were short, old-dressed people. I realized there was basically no other option, so I went with them. We walked for about 40 minutes. I don't know where we ended up at the end of this walk, and where I was, there were about 25 to 30 people when we arrived. It was a mixture of men and women. They all looked almost the same. The women have onion skins. They have onion skins on their wrists and necks. They're playing the tambourine and playing. 1 or 2 fires are burning. That's all the light. I look around and there were no children or villagers. I started to get scared, but I didn't show it. Anyway, they danced, played, and sang. Of course, from time to time, they made me get up to play too. 2 or 3 hours passed like this. Then someone came up to me. He started asking me questions like an interrogator. He asked me my religion, where I was from, etc. I don't know what happened, I just passed out. When I opened my eyes, the sun had risen and I was in the car. There were onion skins on the seat next to me. 2 to 3 hours later, a tractor passed by. I asked for help. We tied my car to the back of the tractor and I had it towed. I finally arrived at my customer's place. My customer was worried about me until morning. I told them what I had experienced. Their elders had experienced such situations once or twice. They told me, "You've come across the wedding of Jinns." Things we experienced in haunted vineyard house. As a friend group of 4 to 5 people, we visited the vineyard house. It belongs to the father of one of our friends. It was summer and the weather was nice. It was pretty much almost evening. That's when we arrived at the vineyard house. This was because we hit the road late. After all, we were planning to spend the night there. We immediately prepared the barbecue when we arrived home, and we chatted in joy and peace until 2400 hours. Although it was late, we were still enjoying tea in the open air on the porch of the house. One of us threw the bread and leftovers from our feast right across the exit gate of the garden, right bottom of a rock. One of our other friends urinated on the same rock where we left the leftovers. One of us threw the remaining embers from the barbecue in the same place. As all of these were not enough, one of us poured water on the embers, which were thrown around the rock, and of course, we didn't know that we should do all these events in those times. It was our ignorance. Meanwhile, I'd like to take note that none of us use any alcohol or any substances during these. There was another house about 100 or 150 meters away from our house. It was a ruined house with no one living in it. It was located on the mountainside. It was a completely abandoned and forgotten property. While we were enjoying our tea in the porch, suddenly the lights of this dark house turned on. We were far away from the city. It was impossible that homeless punks or junkies would be living in that house. Also, as far as we know, no electricity was provided to that house since there was no one living in it. Even we were supplying electricity with a generator since there was no permanent residence in our house. Imagine what a place it is. Although it was a mysterious event, what was frightening was not the sudden turn-on of the lights in that house. It was the thing that was looking at us from the window. It was looking like a human, but without any exaggeration. His arms were 1 meter long. He had a small head with quite wide ears, but he was short. He was staring at us without taking his eyes off. When we noticed it, we started to look at each other in silence. However, everybody already understood that it was one of them, a Jinn. None of us reacted suddenly or unusually since we didn't want to scare or panic each other. The man was hitting his face and watching us. From time to time, he was looking right and left and then start to stare at us again. They were all remarkably strange and meaningless. Well, strange and meaningless actions. As I said, we all tried to keep our silence as we promised to each other. However, I was frozen. I almost lost consciousness due to fear. That creature made a strange sound suddenly. It was like he was calling us. Suddenly, everybody got up in fear and panic. We went to the car quickly and drove away from there at full speed. No one talked to anyone along the way, too. As I said at the beginning of my story, people have some kind of crazy courage due to ignorance in those ages. In the morning, we gathered with our friends and we talked about what we had experienced the night before. As a result, we also called our friend. They were nicknamed Hadja, since he knows more than us in religious matters. In the evening, we went to that house together again. However, it was around 10 p.m. this time. Our goal was to drive the Jinns away as it was our duty. Our friend Hadja started to recite prayers there. There was also a dog next to us at that moment. The dog started to howl bitterly. Then that creature appeared at the window again. However, this time everybody was almost paralyzed. The Hadja was the first one who ran away and we followed him. The dog was running with us too. We entered the car, but it didn't start. We pressed the pedals again, but this time our friend forgot the handbrake. The dog also started to howl like a human. We started to run away, and you can burst into tears if you'd see us. I wish God will not let anybody experience such an event like this. The one we called Hadja was about to faint. We left him in his house and we ran into the building. We were in the city center, but we were still afraid. Our family elders, whom we told our stories, found a real Hadja who's experienced in these events. He treated us with his breath. Treating with breath, it's a process of reading some verses of the Quran and healing prayers next to a person to protect him from the evil eye, jinns, etc. Later on, those creatures left us alone. Otherwise, they would take us away that day. I highly recommend you not be bold in these events, no matter what. Meanwhile, according to what we learned later on, the owners of that house shot himself and suicided there. The reason why we were haunted was that we left leftovers and embers and urinated on them. We learned that leftovers are the food of jinns, and things such as embers and pouring water hurt jinns. Jinn Sultan in Love with Me. A story lived in Turkey. I was 13 or 14 years old at the time. One day I went with my brother to collect firewood. As we were walking, we were just taking the brushwood that we came across on the road, which were suitable for burning, and throwing them into the bag as we saw them. When I bent down, collected a bundle or two, and returned to my bag, I saw that it was full. My brother was far away from me, and it was impossible for him to do it. I still asked, "Brother, I'm already in front of you. It's one thing if I'm behind you. Besides, how can I fill the big bag in such a short time?" We continued on our way. We started to collect firewood by the creek. I was hitting the dry trees with my tara, but the trees around me were creaking and falling down by themselves, resembling the sound effects in horror films. It was obvious from the outside that my brother, who realized what was happening, was frightened. In fact, I was in the same situation, but I continued to collect wood as if nothing had happened, so that my brother wouldn't be more scared. Meanwhile, my eye caught on a tree that had been dragged into the stream. I said to my brother, "Let's get that tree out of there. If we can do that, we won't need to collect firewood for a week." My brother grabbed the branches of the tree, pulled it left and right, but the tree didn't move, even an inch. "Brother, it's impossible. As soon as I touched the tree," I didn't grasp it, I just touched it. "The tree came out of the mud and the shore as if it were being pushed from behind by an invisible hand." Seeing this, my brother swore, "I will never come here alone with you again." Ran away from there. I remember involuntarily shouting after him, "Don't tell my father what happened." When I finished my work and returned home, I saw that my father's uncle had come to visit us. My father's uncle was a strange person who was interested in sciences of the kawas. He was rumored to be married to a jinn who played the tambourine and stuck his head in out of burning stoves. Okay. He sat next to me. He made some gestures that I didn't fully understand, recited some prayers that I didn't understand either. Then he turned to my father and said, "A bird of fortune has landed on your head. She is a very powerful person, and the sultan of his people." Or something like that. Then I learned that he was talking about a very powerful jinn who was supposedly in love with me. My father said to his uncle, "Do what is necessary. We don't want to use it." They asked me my opinion, and I said, "I don't want her. Keep her away from me." Then my father's uncle made a square black amulet. "Wear this on your right bicep. She can't bother you anymore." So I put that amulet on my right arm just as my father's uncle had described. That same night I had a strange dream in which someone was attacking me and someone who was hiding her face was protecting me, but I couldn't come near me. I said to the person hiding her face, "Show me your face and I'll thank you." She replied, "If you want to see my face and want me to come to you, wrap that amulet in a red triangular cloth." I had a nickel for every time somebody said that to me. I did what she said, and that's when I got up in the morning. A week later, my father's uncle came to visit us again. He saw the amulet, and when he asked, "Why is the amulet like this?" I told him about the dream I had seen. He laughed. "She had the seal broken, just for herself," he said. Another night, my brother and I fell asleep in the same room watching television. My brother was lying on the sofa bed in one wall of the room, and I was lying on the other sofa bed across the room itself. Later on, I opened my eyes with a shudder. I don't know if I thought my eyes were open, because what I saw could have been a dream in reality. Still not sure about that. Anyway, a very beautiful woman entered the room. Her face was very beautiful and her gaze was full of kindness and compassion and love. She was tall enough to touch the ceiling. Next to her was a man who was shorter than her but also very tall for us. Judging from his mannerisms and behavior, it was felt that this male was something like a bodyguard for the other. As the woman approached, I was getting scared. Her facial expression seemed to say, "Don't be afraid." When she was coming toward me, she was moving very slowly, as if she was trying not to scare me. I wanted to shout at my brother to wake up, but no sound came out. I could only turn to the woman and say, "I don't want to." That beautiful woman suddenly paused. A sad expression covered her face. She came closer to me, put a red rose on my chest. The red rose from my chest to the ceiling, or rather the rose rosed from my chest to the ceiling, and when it touched the ceiling, its petals fell onto me. I felt a sense of peace. Normally, it was impossible for me to sleep with that fear, but I slept soundly like a baby until morning. Invisible mysterious woman on security cameras. I'm an anesthesiologist. I work in the intensive care unit for 14 or 15 years now. The event I'm going to tell happened in 2014 when I was working in the intensive care unit in a private hospital in Izmir. We had a patient who was from Diyarbakir. 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 Her name was Sabiha. She was in the hospital because of the CRF and the CHF diagnosis. She was 74 years old. Since there was no room in the general intensive care unit, she was staying in the CVC, which is the cardiovascular surgery intensive care department. Our cardiovascular surgery intensive care department, it had 3 beds. I was on my night watch. My only patient was Mrs. Sabiha. The intensive care unit line rang at 2:45 a.m. The caller was the night supervisor. He told me that, "Hey, bet 2 women might come. Take them in. Let them visit their Aunt Sabiha." I told him, "Won't the nurse complain in the morning? It's forbidden to accept visitors at this hour." He replied, "It's all on me." However, the doorbell rang, so I went and opened the door. There were 2 women in their 20s at the door. I forgot how to speak when I saw them. They were so beautiful that I can't describe them. I helped them to wear an apron and bonnet, but they weren't speaking at all. I told them, "Come in." They entered. They were right next to the patient. They weren't speaking again, but it was like they were communicating with their eyes. At the same moment, the night supervisor entered and sat next to me. I was still watching them. I told the man next to me, "Brother, what a beautiful 2 women." One of the women looked at me and smiled. Then one of the women took something around her chest area and put it in the mouth of the patient. Whoa. I suddenly stand up and yelled, "What are you doing?" Both of them started to scream, and I think they were afraid. The night supervisor got mad at me and told me to leave them alone. I said, "Brother, don't you see they stuck something in her mouth?" He replied, "Don't worry." Okay. The women left and I was curious. I went and opened the mouth of Mrs. Sabiha. I saw 3 strings of hair in her mouth. I took them and threw them away. I asked her, "Who were they? Do you know them?" She replied, "Who? I didn't see anyone." I said, "Are you sure 2 women came next to you?" "No, my son, no one came." This put stress on me. I called one of the nurses from another floor. I told her that I'll take a 10-minute break. I went out and started to smoke in front of the emergency unit entrance. Meanwhile, the night supervisor came. I told him, "Brother, you put me in trouble this night." He replied, "I bet. What are you talking about? I don't understand." I said, "Brother, you sent 2 women to the CVC as the relatives of the patient. You told me to take them in and that you also visited me." He said, "No, I didn't come and send anyone to you. What are you talking about?" I said, "Brother, you called me and said 2 women will come for a visit and let them in. And then you came and sat next to me." He was really getting mad as I spoke. He said, "I'm sleeping in the doctor's room in the emergency unit for 3 hours. What are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense." "Okay, brother, never mind." And I went back. I entered the intensive care unit and sat down. I was about to get mad. Then the night supervisor came again and he told me, "I bet, what just happened? Tell me." I told him what happened and he told me, "Come, let's check the security camera footage." We called security and visited the room. We checked the footage. I see myself helping somebody wearing the apron and even trying it on, but those 2 women were not on the screen. It all looks like I'm doing everything on my own. After 5 minutes of footage, the door opens on its own. I said, "Look, here you are entering the unit, but you are invisible right now." Anyway, my shift ended in the morning, but I didn't go to my home. At noon, patient relatives are accepted. I waited for them, especially the relatives of Mrs. Sabiha. At noon, her relative came and her son and spouse. I talked to them before they entered and talked about what happened. 2 of them started to laugh and said, "This isn't the first." That's my dog. "This is not the first. They've tried plenty of times before, I bet." I replied, "How, brother? I didn't understand." He said, "My mother has land and fields in the village. My stepmother's trying every possible way to get these lands and fields. Spells, amulets, hauntings. She tried all the dirty work. This should be one of them. However, thank God we get rid of them all. Do not be afraid. Get used to it." I told him, "How can I get used to this? I can't deal with such things while working." We went to the chief physician with the night supervisor and explained the situation. They transferred her to another hospital. The Cost of Mocking the Jinns. True story. I was a really naughty boy when I was young. I used to mock everything, and I didn't care about anything either. One day while I was having a conversation with my friends, we started to talk about the Jinns. I started to mock them with my usual reckless and naughty attitude as always. While my friend told me, don't do it, I take it to the next level and started to swear Jinns. I mocked Jinns despite the warnings of my friends, but something in me was telling me that something bad was going to happen to me. Suddenly I saw a cat in front of me after I left my friends and was going back to my home. Something amazing happened, and the cat started to talk to me. Her eyes were pure white, and she was saying things that I couldn't pay attention to because I was really scared. I ran to my house shocked with fear, and I wanted to wash my hands and face. When I washed my hands and face and lifted my head up, my mind was blown. A strange creature was looking at me in the mirror, and it wasn't me. I just froze in my position. I was trying to run away, but it was like something fixed me in my position. At one moment, I don't know what happened, but I managed to get control of my body and run away. Now I'm trying not to mock anything in my file, and I cannot look at the mirrors. A demon haunted me after I cast a candle spell. Last year, I heard a candle pray. It was from my aunt-in-law. This prayer is said to a candle so that you can make the person you want to fall in love with you. So I did. I started to see something in the form of smoke around me right after I started to say the prayer after 12 at night. I didn't care about it a lot. I kept saying the prayer. However, after this practice, I started to wake up suddenly at night. I was lying in the bed for hours without thinking about anything or doing anything at all. In the following days, I was experiencing this problem not only at night, but also while I was sitting or watching television. I started to feel something touching my body. One night I heard something call me Hatem by hitting the bed head while I was sleeping. The voice was really creepy. When I told her what happened to my aunt, she told me the demons gave this name to you. I was surprised about what happened. My aunt told me that she's going to order a talisman from Aleppo and bring it to me. A few days before my talisman arrived, I was washing the dishes in the kitchen. I saw a headless short being with an undershirt passed behind me from the reflection of one of the plots. Go lay down. I left the dish and went to the living room, but there was no one there. However, my tongue tied due to fear, I couldn't speak for a while, pretty much at all. I was trying to speak, but I couldn't. It was like someone was holding my jaw with all of his strength, and I couldn't do anything but cry. I didn't want to hear them when my relatives said prayers to keep the demons away from me. I was feeling like somebody was cutting my ears when they were saying prayers. In time, I improved a little bit, but now I feel really tired when I'm sleeping. I feel this weight on me. I can't move and I can't even open my eyes. Later, I feel like my right cheek is swelling like it's going to explode. I also hear sounds like a siren in my ear as my ears are going to explode too. I don't know how to get rid of this now. I'm being punished for saying a prayer to a candle by not knowing it. I cannot pray when I do, and I can't sleep at night. I hear voices and have nightmares. It's not like this before. I used to feel relieved as I prayed and said prayers. However, it's not like that anymore. 1. What is candle pray and why is it said? Although it is known as candle prayer, basically it's a spiritual ritual. Therefore, it's considered a sin in Islam. It's a type of love spell. Although it has different practices, the main practice is as follows. One Friday night, you burn a white candle and put it in a glass. The ritual performer thinks that the heart of the person he or she loves burns in the fire of the candle. It's also thought that the glass or jar is also in the chest of the person. While looking at the fire, they elevate yet to, oh God, I can't say that. Oh no. Ve algetu aleke mahabitin mini. I tried. Surah Taha 39. It's repeated 7, maybe even 41 times. Some might say 51 times. Later, the performer says, the flame of my love burns in your heart. Be mine with everything. This practice is repeated until you get the results. Each time the candle should go out on its own. Demon Creek, an event in Turkey. This story happened to a friend of mine. I share it here with his permission. My friend described what he experienced as follows. The year is 1986. There were no electricity or road in the village. The villagers had to go to Elazig, a city in Turkey, to meet their needs. The road to the center was 2 to 3 kilometers from the village. It was necessary to be on this road at 4:30 a.m. to reach Elazig. There is only one car that goes to Elazig. The car was coming back like noon. The road used to go to Elazig was called Sinderesi, Demon Creek, by the villagers, and they thought that strange events were happening there and that it wasn't auspicious. Me and 2 of my friends started preparing at 3 p.m. to hit the road. The road we had to cross that included the Demon Creek to reach Elazig was on our minds. First, we planned to cross the Ridgeway, then the Demon Creek, and enter the highway that leads to Elazig. Afterwards, we hit the road. We lighted our cigarettes while we were in deep conversation. It was utter darkness. There wasn't even moonlight. We were slowly encouraging ourselves to cross the Demon Creek and thinking about that moment. We were getting close to the Demon Creek. At first, we had to cross the Ridgeway. The path was so narrow that two people couldn't walk side by side, and it was filled with big bushes. We were moving in a single line. I was the last one in the row. The first guy in the row, named Kamal, suddenly stopped and he mentioned that there was a black dog watching us without moving on the way. I thought to myself, it's one of our village dogs. My friends were very nervous. They were getting more scared of the stories that we had heard since their childhood. I was scared and started reciting Bismillah to Muslim prayer. Bismillah. The dog suddenly got out of the way and disappeared after moving a few meters away in the bushes. After the dog had disappeared, we thought to ourselves that the dog was what it was doing there and continued to walk. After walking for 1 or 2 minutes, Kamal suddenly stopped again and yelled, "It's the same dog again, Hassan," before moving a few steps back. 3 of us didn't know what to do because of confusion and fear. The dog was looking at us again. I recited Bismillah again. The dog stood up and vanished again in the bushes. My friend said, "Hassan, let's go back, don't go there." I said, "We need to cross this road. If we don't, we'll have to tomorrow. We'll use this road for shopping." Calmed them down and we continued on our path. My friends were scared. Of course, do I. We were talking about why did the dog appear to us again. I tried to calm them down and saying that it's just a common dog and it was following us. We continued on our path. We couldn't believe our eyes what we had seen after 5 minutes. A coal-black goat was standing on the road, like blocking the way. We were so scared we started to pray and recite Bismillah. The goat suddenly disappeared. Well done. Disappearing of the goat made me comprehend that these events weren't ordinary at all and we got scared seriously. But going back was unnecessary. I calmed my nerves and went to the first row of the line and I just backed my friends. I was both praying and continuing our route. It was only a sharp corner left of Demon Creek. We were shocked when we finished crossing the sharp corner. What we had seen was indescribable. Long, white as snow, shiny silhouette, shape, mass, whatever. It was obvious that it had arms and legs, but its face was ambiguous. So it started to create sounds of rumbles, screams, and cries. We closed our ears with our hands. We were throwing ourselves out of fear and flapping on the ground. In the same time, there was blindly shining. I started to recite my well-known prayers. My friends were yelling, cursing, and they didn't know what they were doing. I was thinking about how to escape the situation and how to stay calm. I dragged my friends out of that incident. The screaming voices turned into laughter while we were escaping from there. The laughter echoed in our minds. We head back to the village. We didn't know how we could come back. At the entrance of the village, there was a house of Kamal. When Kamal's parents saw us, they couldn't believe their eyes. They said, "What's the matter with you? You have paleness in your face." We couldn't speak, trembling continuously, making noises like dummies. They informed our relatives. They also came here. They tried to grasp with the mind the situation. I rested for a while and drank some water and told them the story. The villagers were stunned. They told us to thank God that we could come in one piece. We thought that we saved ourselves, but from the sunrise to sunset for 40 days, we had heavy headaches, skin rash, huge herpes in our lips. Ew. Ouija board tea. So I went and got a tattoo yesterday, and the shop had a lot of skulls and Halloween type decorations. You know, typical tattoo shop stuff. I stopped and I really honed in on a skeleton that was wearing a Ouija board tee that I thought was pretty cool. But I even remember thinking that it might be a bit daring to wear something like that, but whatever. But I really paid attention to that shirt because I really liked it. Specifically, I remember these elbows on it. Literally, the following day, my sister-in-law texted me, asking if I bought a Ouija board t-shirt for my nephew as a gag gift. It's a kid's size. It's the same fucking shirt. The exact same one, elbows and all. She had no idea how it got to her house, let alone into my nephew's things. I looked it up online and it doesn't exist, for purchase. They have similar ones, but not the exact same one. I'm in need of a logical explanation for what happened here. I'm gonna go back to this tattoo shop in a couple of days and see if the original shirt's still there. Ask Reddit. It all started as a warm May night. May 28th, to be exact. Nothing was out of the ordinary. My friends and I were playing video games on a school night, procrastinating homework and yelling at each other about some stupid problem in the game. We grew tired of playing video games, so I signed off for the night. I don't live far from a general store, so I thought I might as well hop on my bike, ride there, and grab some cream soda and sunflower seeds. So I did. The bike ride usually takes around 10 minutes to get there. The bike ride consists of going through my neighborhood. It's kind of a scary-ass bike trail, then another neighborhood. So I put in my earbuds and rode there. I got all the way there just to realize I didn't have my wallet. Very disappointing, since it was just getting dark. I got back on my bike, started to ride back. Usually when I go back, I cut through a backyard instead of taking the trail. It's mainly downhill on the way back, so I usually don't take the trail back. But for some reason I felt compelled to go down the trail, like a pull. When I was riding down the trail, I heard an inhuman screech. I mean, like a mix between a bald eagle and a human scream. I, of course, looked toward where the scream came from. I saw an extremely skinny, super pale, and very tall figure get on all fours and start running at me. When I say extremely skinny, I mean like it was skin and bones. The legs and arms were super long. The face was nearly featureless besides for a mouth and two black eyes. I got the hell out of there as fast as my bike could handle. I know I wasn't just imagining it. Luckily now I have my license, and refuse to go down that trail when it's remotely close to dark out. The late mom of my friend sent her a message in my dream. This happened when I was about 22 or 23. Now I'm a 37-year-old female. My best friend, at the time, had a new girlfriend. Her name was Sophia. We got along very well and had fun, and sometimes deeper conversations when we met at pubs. But we didn't know each other that much. She once told me that her mom had passed away due to cancer when she was around 16. One night I dreamt that I was Sophia, which is already something that never happened. I'm always me in my dreams. I'm wandering through an old dark underground tunnel with grayish brick walls that are falling apart. I felt incredibly sad in this dream. I sat down in a nook and the middle-aged lady appeared. She had the kindest face, told a poem, and hugged me with a force of love that I've never encountered before. I woke up and after a few seconds I started sobbing. The feeling of love and light was so intense. I'm not religious, nor do I believe in the classic afterlife or paranormal activities, but this made me question things. So I contemplated for days if I should tell Sophia that this happened. Since I feel like it's unethical and unnecessary hurting to bring up a dead relative and, well, what if it was just a weird dream? Not that I wake up crying from normal weird dreams, however, in the end, I decided to still tell her what happened. She told me that she was going through a very hard time at the moment, and that she was very happy that I told her, because she thinks it was a message for her. Not sure why I was kind of a channel for it. Also, I wish I would have written down the poem. I was remembering it when I woke up, and given the intensive feelings in the morning, I thought there was no chance that I'll forget it. Well, I did. Ask Reddit. Okay, so this happened when I was in 9th grade. I'm living in a big city, and I mostly use the subway to go wherever I want. Because my mother can't afford a car mostly. I remember that I was on my way to visit my boyfriend, and as usual, I used the subway. I only had to drive to the next station, because it's not a very long way. I had to stay in the subway for about 12 minutes. I was already waiting at the subway station when I noticed a guy that was giving me a very creepy look. He was around my age and a little bit taller than me. His hair was blonde and he had deep brown eyes. I exactly remember what he was wearing: gray cargos, black hoodie, Nike shoes covered in dirt. When I looked back at him, he didn't do anything, he just stood there and didn't even break eye contact. That was when I started thinking that something wasn't right. When I finally got into the subway, I noticed he followed me. He sat down only 2 or 3 seats next to me. He still kept looking at me. It got so awkward. I texted my boyfriend, "Babe, there's a guy and he won't stop watching me. Things are getting creepy." Since it was very late, my boyfriend texted back that I'm just paranoid and I should calm down. Maybe he was right. But when he finally looked away, I used the chance to change seats, because that was a little bit weird for me. Finally, I was safe from his weird looks. When I reached the station, still in fear, my boyfriend picked me up because I asked him, because I was scared. We wanted to go upstairs and walk to his house, when I noticed the boy standing in the corner of the station smiling at me, with his eyes wide open. I told my boyfriend, "There he is." I meant him. I pointed at him, and my boyfriend asked me, "Who? What do you mean?" I realized the boy wasn't there anymore. How could he get up the stairs so fast? Was he just in my imagination? Never saw him again. I'm now out of school, already starting my campus life, and I'm still thinking about what happened back then. My boyfriend and I, who were still together by the way, decided to not talk about that again. I'm studying architecture, and our teacher, who's somehow very spiritual, once told us about ghosts. Since then, I'm thinking imagination or ghost. Ask Reddit. We have a ghost that mostly misbehaves for my partner. The first time we encountered it, he shook me awake at 2 a.m., eyes wide with fear, to tell me someone is in the house. I'm instantly awake, reaching for a weapon and asking what he heard. He shook his head and pointed out our bathroom door. The laundry light had switched on. Now I was skeptical. Somebody with the skill to break in without a noise, without alerting the dog, is somehow stupid enough to turn on the light? Maybe it was to bait us out, trick us into an ambush. We don't live in an overly dangerous place, but there is a meth problem. In any case, we knew we had to go find out. I try to ignore the gnawing anxiety in my gut and throw myself out of bed. We sweep the house until we reach the laundry. No one had broken in, the animals are peacefully sleeping. I look in the laundry. The light's on, but the switch is off, and I frown, wonder if I just misremember the way the switch sits. I reach in and flick it back and forth. The light stays on. Figure maybe it's just the wiring. The house we rent has plenty of problems. This wouldn't be the first. Before I can say anything, I get a weird feeling. Then the temperature plummeted and the light blinked off. I'm too tired for this shit. I grew up in a haunted house. This isn't my first rodeo. I laugh about the house being haunted and go back to bed. My partner doesn't sleep. He, unlike me, didn't grow up with a house that goes bump in the night. The ghost played with the light on and off. Got used to it switching on and off around the same times a day. The ghost seemed to have a little routine, but it wasn't bothering us. One night when I was out of town for work, my partner called me. Again at 2 a.m., all the lights had turned on, and the overhead fan in the kitchen had turned itself on its highest setting. That was where it was different. The button on the range hood was pushed in. This was more than a wiring issue. It was getting worse. If I was out, the ghost seemed to escalate. I started to notice the door unlocking itself, things falling from stable places, things going missing and turning up days later. I unintentionally just ended things one night I was home alone, sitting on the floor scrubbing dirt for my sneakers, causing myself to buy, cursing myself for buying white ones. When it got cold and the laundry light started doing its thing, now I'm much less brave alone. I'm protecting others. I'm full. A lone absolute coward. The only way I can get courage is by getting mad. So I stood up, turned to the laundry, in the best dad voice I could muster, shouted, "Oi! You paying the power bill? I'm not paying for you flickering my lights on and off. Cut that shit out right now." The light flicked out immediately. That's what I thought. You keep misbehaving and I'll evict your ass. You want to play with lights? Pay some goddamn rent. No problem since. Now I tell everybody having spooky issues to be firm and channel your inner dad. As I explained to my stepmother, you can't let them push you around. You're the boss. Tell them to go to their room and stop running up the power bill. My father, a skeptic, nods sagely at my advice. My buddy told me this crazy one. Ask Reddit, by the way. In Southern Virginia, him and his buddies would ride dirt bikes around the woods and attempt to blaze new trails. One time he went scouting alone and was riding along blazing a new trail when he came across an old, dilapidated house. He got off the bike and was wandering around checking things out. First weird thing he noticed was that an old rusted car on cinder blocks out front had brand new plates on it. He went inside and there was nothing of much interest until he got to the top floor and entered a room that appeared to be an old study. The roof was missing on a portion of the room and everything was musty and water damaged. There was a desk in the corner of the room and he discovered a locked case and an old safe, the door of which was ajar. Inside of the case was a brand new looking Beret 50 caliber rifle, with rounds and a scope. It was dismantled. He didn't know shit about guns and discovered that this is what it was when you're showing an enthusiast or friend. Shocked. Inside the safe he found a tightly wrapped bag of off-white powder with a tag on it. He immediately thought it was cocaine and took it in case it and just booked it. A few days later, he invited a buddy over to investigate the powder. After cutting it open and taking a taste, it was determined it was not cocaine. The tag read 2 4-digit dates, which they determined to be dates. On the back of the tag, there was a name. After some research on the name, they realized that the person was deceased. This was likely his oddly packaged cremated ashes. Whoops. Scared shitless, he took the package exactly where he found it in the house on his bike. When leaving, he swears he saw a figure in the window of that study. When I came and visited, he showed me the gun, which was unable to find in the house again when he tried to show me. Ask Reddit. When I used to work late second shift, I would get home around 1 in the morning. There were always weird things happening in my apartment, but this was the weirdest that happened. But first I'll share some of the weird things. On multiple occasions, my wife and I would hear loud banging noises, as if there were someone upstairs drunkenly walking around. We always assumed it was our neighbor who was a heavy alcoholic, but he wouldn't be home most of the times we heard it. We also had one of those stackable washer-dryer combos, and anyone who's ever had one knows how high up the washer lid needs to be to latch open. Well, dozens of the times we would start the washer only to have it stop halfway through the cycle with the lid open and latched to the bottom of the dryer part. Thought maybe it was because it rocked back and forth. It was an old shitty washer. Same with the whole place, a real slum run by a slum lord. Maybe it just popped open. No possible way for a face flat and then popping itself back upright. We also had a hanging light in the upstairs area by the kitchen. This light is part of my main story. It would randomly sway back and forth as if someone was gently tapping on it. There were always big trucks driving by and going down the back alley parkway lot, so we had assumed it was vibrations from them going by causing it to sway. Well, it started to sway more and more, as if somebody walked by and gave it a good tap to get it to start swinging. Nothing that vibration from big trucks could do. Otherwise, our cabinet doors and items on the wall would have been knocked over. This kept up for a few months, with it getting slightly stronger in sways as the weeks went on. My wife even captured it swinging on her phone one night after she got out of the shower and messaged me at work asking if I was home because it was swaying as if somebody ran into it. So I get home from work, and I believe it was around 1:30. I get inside, I change out of my work clothes, head upstairs to where the TV, Xbox, and hanging light are, get myself a snack and start playing some video games to unwind from work. Forget exactly which game it was, either Smite or Call of Duty. I had the hanging light on. It had a sliding dimmer switch that controlled the brightness when on. I had it on the lowest setting. A nice, relaxing, dim light. I was in the middle of my match and something compelled me to look to my right where the kitchen light switch and hanging light were. I sat there, and as I was looking in that direction, I watched as the sliding light slide all the way to the high setting, and the hanging light illuminated all the way up. Finished my match, went to investigate, maybe thinking the spring inside was busted or something was amiss with the switch. It was fine, just did as it basically had always been. It took more than just a teeny bit of force to move the slider. It was maybe 6 months later we bought our own house and moved out of there. Ask Reddit. I was working at a summer camp in the PNW one year. On the second or third night there, I was jogging alone back from the staff campfire to the cabin, where the campers and my counselor slept. I'm walking in this big grassy thoroughway. It has some taller reeds separating it from a shore of Puget Sound. Probably 2 a.m. Full moon. As I'm jogging, I see this person. They're in the reeds. I'm wearing a white gown, or rather, it's wearing a white gown and it has no face, just hair. I only noticed it because as I approached it, it stood up from a crouched position, backed up joltily a few steps, then crouched down again. I could still see it crouching there, like it was waiting. Its moments, or movements, told me that it wasn't human. My knees gave out and I felt flooded with fear as I collapsed. I tried to run back to my cabin, but my legs would not work. Crawled and scrambled there on all fours. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, just gasping. Finally got to my cabin and fumbled with the doorknob for what felt like a minute before I could open it. I closed the door and stood there waiting for a while inside. I didn't hear anything, but I barely slept. At some point later that night, I remember laughing and thinking, I was just one of the campers peeing. I was hysterically laughing at myself for like 20 minutes, then fell asleep. Next morning, though, I realized that no campers returned to the cabin that could have potentially been out there peeing that night. I asked all of them, and all of them said they had gone out to pee the previous night. I'll add that this camp was kind of overtly for non-religious, skeptically minded staff and campers, of which I was and still largely am, but I have no explanation for what I saw that night. My real-life haunted house experience. So this all started when I was around the age of 14, which is 12 years ago. My younger brother and I decided to swap rooms. From the first night I slept in my new room, weird things started happening. I usually sleep through the night, but I started abruptly waking up at exactly 2:17 a.m. on the dot every single night. Each time I would wake up, I always felt that sixth sense that something or someone was watching me from the right corner of my bedroom. Always, I felt good energy from spirits before. Family members have passed, and this was something different. It seemed invasive, intimidating, and I was freaked out that whatever this was could see me, but I couldn't see it. What's weird was when I slept in my mom's house, I never woke up at 2:17, only at my dad's. Then small occurrences started to happen. I was staying at my mom's when my dad informed me my alarm clock radio turned on by itself in the middle of the night at full volume and woke the whole family up. I hadn't been to his house in days. When I was home again, my little brother and I would play in the driveway. He had to go to the bathroom, so he went back in the house. But all of a sudden, a tennis ball came flying out of the garage. It was nowhere in the garage. One night I heard paper shuffling on my desk even though the window was closed. A different morning I watched my dad's sunglasses on the kitchen counter move several inches by themselves. I was the only one awake. My older sibling began to believe me when random lights would come on by themselves in the house. What's strange is we caught on to a pattern that paranormal activity would happen mostly when my little brother wasn't home. Fast forward to when the house was empty since my parents were on vacation. My grandma would check in on the house with my siblings, and each time they'd go back, a new light would be on. The last night before my parents came back from vacation, she triple-checked all the lights were off. My parents were surprised when they arrived home to find every light on in the house. My grandma swore our house was cursed, refused to visit anymore. My stepmom then began to believe my paranormal stories. My older brother and I heard footsteps running up and down the stairs together one night. That's when my younger brother was at a sleepover. It really freaked us out. At one point, it even got dangerous. The gas stove burners had been turned on by themselves on the low heat overnight. If any of this had been a prank previously, I can guarantee no one in our family would mess around like that, putting our lives in danger. My dad finally began to believe me about 8 months into this haunting. That's when all the kids weren't home one night. He heard whispering in the hallway. Freaked out, grabbed his knife, thinking that there were robbers. When he opened the door, he found my TV had turned itself on, and people were talking on the TV with low volume. The last thing to ever happen was one night I had come out of the shower and went to change in my room. The mirror was foggy from the steam. My older brother knocked on the door and asked what I wrote on the mirror. Confused, I went to look, and we both sat there in awe as letters began showing up in front of us slowly. The whole family gathered around to decipher it. It said, "I am watching blank." The last word we couldn't figure out. Our family didn't know how to justify what we saw. After that day, the occurrences stopped, and I stopped waking up every night. A year later, my dad called me and said he found something really weird on my brother's birth certificate. He asked, didn't you used to say that Nick, your younger brother, was somehow connected to the haunted stuff that happened in the house? After confirming, he casually mentioned that my younger brother was born at exactly 2:17 a.m. I was speechless. There was no coincidence. From that day on, I've had so many more questions than answers. 2 years ago, I had a psychic medium meeting. That was after sharing my story. She said how the entity targeted me because I acknowledged it. It's no longer in the house, and she confidently said an entity like that is attached to an object or a person that has since left the house. I definitely think something was attached to my younger brother. Odd coughing / mechanical noise floating overnight. Over 10 years ago, I was in my 20s, sharing a townhouse with my partner. We were in an ND unit, connected only by the right side of the home to the rest of the house. I'd lived there for at least a year, maybe two, when this happened. And during that time, never once heard a single sound coming from our neighbors who started the other side of the wall. One night, probably 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of their neighbor coughing. I immediately recognized how odd that was because he had never heard them at all through the wall. The coughing continued non-stop and appeared to get louder to the point where it was no longer seeming to be coming from our neighbor, but now inside my bedroom. Like the origin of the sound had drifted through the wall toward me. The sound continued to drift toward me, and I was started to just breathing heavy like I was scared out of my mind. As it came to me and settled what felt like lime 2 feet directly over me, the sound kind of morphed into a mechanical sound, very similar to a scene from The Matrix where Neo's scream becomes synthesized. This crescendoed above me and then suddenly stopped. My partner then woke up, not from the sound, but from the feeling of me panicking and breathing heavily. I told her what had happened. She said something like, "Definitely just a weird dream, half awake, half asleep thing. But you do seem really scared." We tried to go back to sleep, but within a few minutes, the whole experience happened again, only this time, my partner could hear it all the way too. We were silently gripping onto each other very tightly as it was happening. Now both of us are panicking. I don't know why we didn't say anything or get out of bed, but we both need to stay quiet and not draw attention to ourselves, kind of a feeling. It happened the same as before, and when it was done, we both turned on our bedside lights and spent the rest of the night awake watching TV. I've never heard somebody else have the same kind of experience. The thought of posting this here is to see if it rings true for anyone out there. The Chipotle I work at definitely has a ghost. As the title says, I work at a Chipotle. Over the past few years working there, I've had several encounters. My coworkers have experienced things too. I'm a manager, so there's been many times where I'm sort of stuck there late at night by myself finishing things. I almost always feel like I'm being watched. I'll be in the office doing my computer work and randomly get an eerie feeling that something is behind me. I've heard and seen dishes come falling off shelves. I hear footsteps coming from the restaurant to the back. The store's quite small. But when I look at the cameras or turn my head, there's always no one. Multiples of coworkers hear their names being called and have been touched. They also get the feeling of being watched. The biggest encounter I've had there was one night my coworker and I had our backs to each other. We were just cleaning up when we heard footsteps and someone say hello. We both turned at the same time because we thought it was a customer. There was no one there. It gave us chills. The night I was finishing counting the registers, I heard someone go psst. It sounded like it came from around the corner next to me, where our dry storage is. I was the only one in the store. I look up at the cameras anyway, and of course no one's there. Got up, looked in the storage area because the camera doesn't hit it, all the way, and again, no one. See ya. Greetings from the edge of reason. Paranormal M invites you to explore the eerie and unexplained with us. Don't miss out on our latest spine-tingling stories. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated. Let's embrace the mystery together. Beware the boot on the bridge. This happened to me roughly within fall of 2021. The main bridge of my town sees a lot of traffic year-round, so it's not unexpected to find various miscellaneous things there that people have either lost, forgotten, or have abandoned. One day I had errands to run for my family, which required me to cross this bridge in a total of 6 times. It was an ordinary day with ordinary circumstances, aside from the fact that somebody had left a single brand new looking boot on the right-hand sidewalk, as you're in the lane exiting town. I was in said lane when I first noticed this boot. Now, as for things being left behind on this bridge, and as I've stated, it didn't appear out of the norm that this article would be there. But it was a beautiful boot as far as boots go. It looked as if it may have been unisex, like a work boot in this style. It had a medium chestnut red-brown color, had metal lace clasps, which I could presume to be polished steel. It had black laces and a black, unworn, treaded sole. Yeah, I got quite the good, clear look at it. 6 times that day, no less. The thing about this boot is it drew or pulled me to want to have it. It crossed my mind to actually stop in traffic, exit my vehicle, and retrieve it as if it were my own. That's to say that it gave me a rather compulsive desire to want or to have it for whatever reason. Now, I'm not a hoarder, and my sincerest compassions of concern go out to those who have the affliction, and to those who know that others do, but this was only one boot. It didn't have its match, so what good was it to me? Each time I passed the boot, the urge to stop and pick it up grew stronger. I had a bit of a minor inner struggle with myself. Actually, I was trying my best not to take that boot. But reality kept spurring me. What if someone lost it and will return to claim it? What if it's stolen merchandise? This could be a setup. Now, I know the last thought may seem stupid. Maybe. But it's the one that stood out to me the most. Again, for whatever reason. Maybe I'm overthinking things and no one would leave a brand new boot on a very well-trafficked bridge in order to make a drop, or some drug or money-related deal. Again, dumb, right? Then again, the pair of shoes dangling from a power line by its tied laces seems pointless and stupid too. These were my thoughts that day, and ultimately I didn't take the boot home with me. Approximately 3 days had passed since my first sighting of the boot, and in that time, as I crossed the bridge, it remained there. Though the desire to take it lessened due to the fact that in my mind I knew taking it would be too easy, I don't want wrapped up in some fandangled mess of having to explain myself to police or anyone else for that matter, as to why I took something that didn't belong to me. I left it at that. The boot was gone, either found or disposed of after the 3rd day, but it stuck out to me that there was definitely something way beyond just an ordinary boot lost or forgotten on that bridge. In curiosity, I tried to research if there were any urban legends or similar accounts related to a boot left on a bridge. I tried all of the better-known search engines for quite some time and no results. I don't know how much time had passed, 2 weeks plus or minus from my last research attempt, until the day I told this to a very close friend of mine I've known for 15 years. I told him everything as I've explained it now, and he had this to offer, paraphrased. The boot is a very old type of spiritual trick or lure. Whomever or whatever leaves something behind in our plane of existence as a bait. Something then would draw attention and desire to take it. If you don't take it, you have nothing to fear. If you do take it, you give up all your spiritual rights, and the one who left it can do whatever they want to you as a punishment. Makes sense to me. Kind of rang a bell similar to the experiences of others regarding the black-eyed children. No, my experience isn't related to that. But I can see the resemblance in the way that somebody has to be accepted in order to have these nefarious forces to accomplish their means. I've never seen that boot or any other boot left on that bridge since, but I'm passing this along so that others may know or beware of the boots on the bridge. I might take it. It could have been anything, otherwise known as the monster that wasn't. During 2019, I ran my own ride service. Think of Lyft or Uber, not a promotion, it's like what I did. I did not work for either of those companies. I did this on my own independently as a means to get some extra money on the side. Now that I look back on it, it was totally more of a social experiment than anything. I had presented myself and my vehicle information to all of the local police departments, as with the state police in my area. As so they knew, or who I was, or if I seemed suspicious driving around late at night in different areas. They were on board with it, and so was I. So I began the short stint of positive public service. That's where this begins. Aside from the occasional troublesome passenger, nothing out of the norm really happened. You know the saying, they only come out at night? This is very much true. I began this experiment in the late summer of 2018, and by February 2019, I was definitely deciding to put an end to it. I don't remember the specific day, but it was mid-February, and it was after 2 a.m. It was very cold, if not at or below freezing. I was finishing up a route that typically consisted of those needing a ride home from a night at a bar. I didn't have many passengers that night, so I decided to wrap it up and head home. I was leaving a neighboring town that's only about 2 miles from my own, sitting at a stoplight in an intersection when this sudden impulse to take an alternate way home came over me. A road that cut up over a hill through the woods and semi-circled back to the same highway. Had I not gone that direction in the first place, I was tired, yet I debated with myself as to whether or not I should. I didn't have long until the light would turn green, and I finally said, "Fuck it." I chose to take the road that went straight, instead of the usual one to the left. Why not? I do like a good little adventure now and then. There's where I made my mistake, to a degree. I crossed the highway, went up the hill, and hadn't driven very far until I was met by a pair of glowing greenish-yellow eyes. First thought, deer. Naturally, I stop. I was no more than 30 feet from it when the panic began to set in. It wasn't a deer. Whatever it was lying on its side, looking up the hill. It turned its head to look at me, and that's when I thought it had to be a large dog instead of a deer. It was solid black in color, and then it proceeded to sit up on its haunches, very much like how a person would. At that point, I truthfully believed it had been some species of ape or large monkey. Let's pause. Whatever this thing was, it was very difficult to determine its shape despite the fact that my high beams were shining directly onto it. It wasn't that it was amorphous. It was to the fact that it was blacker than the black of night. When I sat up on its haunches, it It continued to alter its focus from looking up the hill to looking toward my car back and forth, like I caught it by surprise. It then stood up on 2 feet. When I got the best view of it, it was approximately 6 feet tall, built and shaped in every way like a human man. Head, neck, shoulders, arms, hands, torso, legs, and feet. It had no distinguishing features other than it looked like a living silhouette, or a person dressed in nothing but solid one-piece black spandex. I knew it couldn't be the latter, for what person would wear that in the freezing cold of mid-February? Don't answer that. There was no texture to its appearance. No hair, no horns, no fur. Just that blacker-than-night silhouette-like shape with 2 glowing greenish-yellow eyes. It made no sound whatsoever, but looked as if it was deciding on what it wanted to do, since my sudden arrival to where it was. I saw this thing for a grand total of what I guess would be between 1 and 2 minutes. It stood frozen in its stance before suddenly turning to the right, walking and stepping over a guardrail into the woods. My heart was racing. I was mortified. Despite this, I summoned the courage to drive to the very spot where it had been standing. 1 foot on the brake, the other on the gas, I rolled down the passenger side window to see if I would see it again or hear it or smell anything. Nothing. Not even the crack of a fallen branch or underbrush. Needless to say, I didn't stay there very long. I punched it up over the hill, covering all of about an additional 100 feet when I'm met by a second set of reflective eyes. Another fuck, I'm sure. I'm trapped. Either this thing is circled around to being in front of me again, or there's more than one. I know I'm not going to be the next one taken to my death, dragged off somewhere in the woods never to be seen again. So I give the gas pedal another punch. I'll either hit or run this thing over or die trying. I come to a sudden stop and my realization that the second pair of reflective eyes is actually a person. A man roughly my age wearing glasses, toting a large laundry bag or a basket. Quickly, I roll my passenger window down and give the man a rather fast-paced explanation of who I am, what I do, and why I should enter my vehicle. Sir, I don't mean to alarm you, but I offer rides for people who need them, and the local police already know about me. This isn't a trick or an attack. I'm not going to hurt you, but you're not safe right now. You need to get in my car immediately. Something to that effect, but spoken a lot faster than what you can probably read. I went pretty fast. Without question, he nodded yes. I unlocked my doors. He loaded his laundry into the back seat, and we were off. After he was in my car, I proceeded to tell him what I had just seen moments before. He lost the color of his face, but was on the complete level of understanding of the situation. He went on to tell me that he had finished doing his laundry, though I don't know what laundromat closes that late, and that he was walking to his home that wasn't far from where we were. He asked me what I saw a second time, and after listening, he calmly offered that I could have seen Bigfoot. I told him I don't know what it was, but whatever it was watching him and studying him. That's when it sank into both of us. Had I not listened to my impulse to take another way home, who knows what that thing may have done to him in the dark wooded road. The rest of the ride was silent. I dropped him off at his house. He unloaded his laundry and thanked me. He offered me some money for the ride, but I declined it. I knew it wasn't right to take it, considering what had happened. We parted ways. I returned to my own home, very much confused as to what I witnessed. Since then, people have told me that I seen a shadow man, or a figure, or a demon, a skinwalker, a slender man, a rake, a crawler, or an alien. More times than not, I still get the possible idea that it could have been a Sasquatch or juvenile Sasquatch. I don't know. But I will go on to include that if I personally believed it to be one, knowing full well what one is, With all of the descriptions that entail, I would state that I thought it was a Bigfoot. Sometimes still take that road even though that happened 4 years ago, almost daring myself if I will or won't see that creature again. Vampire or no? This happened to me in 2015. I don't remember the exact month as I didn't pay enough attention to the time of year. But I do want to say it happened between April and June-ish. I had lived in a rented house that I have aptly named the Little Red Chicken House. It was small yet livable. I'd smoked back then and I would always go outside to have one. This night in particular I was outside and it was still foggy. It was a foggy night. Complete overcast of fog. My town is a river town, so it's not uncommon to have thick fog during that time of year as the weather is transitioning from cold to warm. My house was one house down from the intersection of the main street. For the sake and purpose of concealing my real location, let's call it Jackson Street. The street where my house is located was on Cole Street. You'll need to know these names to follow along with me here. I was on Cole Street, and during the course of my smoking, I had walked to the intersection where Cole met Jackson. Nothing out of the norm, but then I noticed a particularly odd or peculiar piece of fog. This fog was approximately 3 to 4 feet in diameter by approximately 7 to 9 feet in length. Keep in mind, there is very little wind movement, if any at all, this night. This fog was following the power lines that ran parallel with Jackson Street on its own accord, from north to south. Now, I'm no scientist or electric technician by any means. I don't know, and I cannot say that there isn't some weird, freaky way that fog couldn't be attracted to a power line. And somehow, some ways, follows it in a straight line of movement. I dare to say that there isn't, but I'm not making the case that it can't. This fog moved at about what I had to guess is like 10 miles an hour. It enveloped all of the lower power lines and moved fluidly and perfectly. Again, it was like it had its own mind or something. Well, I'll be damned, I honestly thought. I didn't put any more stock into it other than that it was some odd, rare natural occurrence. I watched it move along those power lines. That's when the creepy kicked in. This fog made a perfect 90-degree right-hand turn, without the presence of any wind or blinkers, turned itself off at Jackson Street into an alleyway at the end of my block. My town has some smaller blocks in certain places, and as it turned, it lowered its altitude a bit. I shook my head in total disbelief, and I knew without a doubt that something was seriously wrong. Well, what and where are you smoking? Some of you might wonder. Well, I was smoking a typical Black & Mild brand plastic filtered cigar that you can probably find at your local gas station. It wasn't tampered with, and I didn't add anything to it for some unwanted extra kick. Not my bag, baby. As this fog was moving down the first alley toward a fire station at the opposite corner of my block, I paralleled it on foot. I was walking down Cole Street. Again, it made its second perfect 90-degree right-hand turn into the alleyway that ran alongside my house. So now, it was headed south on Jackson Street, made 2 right-hand turns, and was coming north through the alley. I know fog doesn't do that. And so do you. I stood at the end of the second alley right beside the little patio in front of my Little Red Chicken House, and literally watched it come up toward me. I mustered some bravery, or shall I say at the time, dumber curiosity. Took a few steps towards it. That fog, or whatever it truly was, had no intentions on stopping. As it approached me, I got this overwhelming sense that this entire scenario wasn't right by any means. I had that primal fight-or-flight instinct kick in, and I chose flight. The fog felt predatory. I don't know how else to explain it. It felt intimidating. That's all I know. But I also know in life when something that looks like fog, smoke, mist, or vapor doesn't behave like fog, smoke, mist, or vapor, then it's not. As it came toward me, I made a beeline right for my door. I didn't even look back. I quickly closed and locked my front door behind me, and that was the end of it. No sudden knock at my door, nothing. Must have left. Let's roll to the here and now. I know enough about the paranormal and supernatural for myself. I do not and never once have claimed to be that I'm some sort of expert in these fields. I personally believe that there can't be, but I digress. And I know that predatory, independently moving fog cannot be a good thing, but here's my thoughts. Fairies, a fairy troop, a ghost or spirit, a vampire. I'm at a blank as to what it really was. I know that all of those possibilities can take a fog-like or mist-like appearance, and have heard of all of those mentioned as to, what it could have been. I couldn't tell you. I've never once seen such a thing like that before, or until that night that it happened, and I haven't seen anything like it again. But I'll go on further to say that I kind of want to. That's how I roll. And if I must be completely honest, I've been looking for that fog again as of late, but who knows what a strange and wondrous world we truly all do live in. And my little dot on the map town has its share of strange elements. Ask Reddit. Me and my brother had the same vivid nightmare at the exact same time, in the same bed. Scariest dream either of us have ever had. It was about 15 seconds long. Mother comes up the stairs with a tray of cinnamon rolls in the morning. Asks us if we want some, and we both are like, we're sick of canned cinnamon rolls. She gets pissed. Reaches behind her ears, peels off her face, revealing a slimy green alien-like monster with really long pointed teeth. We know she's going to kill us. This nightmare is set in the exact surroundings that we were in. Waterbed in a loft area. We freak out. My older brother starts running, jumps from the loft to the living room. She or it runs after him, which gives me time to run downstairs. She or it doesn't jump down from the loft. I get to the living room, running to the front door, and I see my brother make it outside. 2 seconds later, I make it through the threshold. Then I immediately wake up, turn to my brother, and we're both sweating and our hearts are racing. We proceed to take turns describing the nightmare that we just had. We couldn't stop talking about it for months. Our mother eventually guilt-tripped us into not mentioning it again. By far the craziest thing that's ever happened to me and my brother. I think it was some kind of a warning sent to us to not trust our mother. If so, it was a good warning to give. Our mother, something broke into her long ago. During her divorce or abuse or something. She is beyond strange. I still have no idea what turned her into what she is. Always been really poisonous. I was in my 4th and my brother was in 7th when this happened. Nothing at all similar happened again. No nightmares ever matched that perfect. It was real. It's like it happened yesterday, and I'm 48 now. This event altered the way I think about many things. How about cinnamon rolls? Ask Reddit. When I started college, my mother and little sister moved into an old house way back in the woods in Mississippi. The road leading up to it went from 4-lane highway to 2, to gravel to dirt track with 2 ruts worn into the dirt with branches slapping up against the side of your car as you drove it. It was miles from the nearest town, and that town was very small, and many, many, many more miles from the next town. It was isolated. That's what I'm saying. The owner, who was the nearest neighbor, told her it had been built in the 20s sometime, but it was sturdy and well-maintained. A simple but handsome little house, shotgun style. Had a concrete porch on the front and backyard big enough for maybe some chickens and pigs if you wanted them. All around, nothing but miles of forest. There wasn't any air conditioning. Normally, for my mom, that would be a big no. But there was an attic fan which worked really well at keeping the temperature under murderous. And because of this isolation and age, it was dirt cheap as far as rentals go. Moreover, though, Mom took it because she said that from the moment she set foot on the property, she got this happy, positive feeling about it. A kind of peaceful vibration. She said it felt like a home more than a house. When I came to visit for the first time, I had to agree. I immediately felt the sensation of welcome there. Almost like it was constantly a holiday and any minute somebody you love is going to come through the door, like, maybe I'm overselling it, but it was just a nice little place to be. It was only a couple of hours' drive from me, so I visited as often as I could, especially when I felt like I needed a retreat from school. One night I was there for a weekend, sitting in the living room waiting for dinner. That's when I hear my sister and Mom from the kitchen talking about the Indians, quote-unquote. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but it sounded like people they knew. As far as I was aware, the local native tribes were way long gone from the world, so I was curious who they meant. Asked her later about it, at the kitchen table. Oh, sometimes we see these people running through the backyard from the kitchen window. Your sister calls them Indians, but they look like children playing to me. We only ever catch glances of them through the window. If you go outside, they're never there. She went on to tell me that she had seen all sorts of unusual things since they moved in. Mostly small things that could be easily explained. 2 were very strange, though. The positive feeling she'd felt about the place had bloomed into a full-on nurturing. It was basically to the point where when she went to bed at night, she felt as if the house was tucking her in. No physical sensation, just a sense of being loved. I'm jealous of her house. She kept seeing lights in the front room. She said at first she thought it was cars pulling up into the front yard and lights reflecting off of them into the windows. But she never heard a car and would go outside to find no one there. It was almost like someone shining a mirror into the windows, just moving glints and flashes. Oddly, no one found any of this disturbing. I never saw any of that myself, and things went on as usual. Then my first year ended, and I came for one last visit before going out of town for my summer job. It was late one night. I was sitting out on the front porch, enjoying a cigarette. The stars that, far out into nowhere, they're just amazing. I was happy for the way that the year had gone and excited for the summer, and I just enjoyed the night. It was hot, but there was a little bit of a breeze. I could hear the hum of the attic fan behind me in the house, and from the woods, the whine and chirp from the crickets and cicadas and countless other night critters. Those of you who've heard it know it has some variation, this symphony, but it is a constant wall of sound. I had mostly tuned it out, thinking of not much of anything. Then I noticed it seemed to be getting louder. Then it was definitely getting louder. Then it was kinda scary loud. Then it just stopped, full-on stop, not a chirp or a creak or a croak. Not only that, but I couldn't hear the fan going on inside anymore. Even the light breeze had stopped. Just silence all around. I was afraid I'd suddenly gone deaf, but I could hear my feet scraping on the porch and my own breathing. I thought about making a bigger noise or calling out, but I was startled by the suddenness of it. I also figured that many things going silent all at once might be a precursor to something else. Sure enough, I started to hear something else. It was a sort of rhythmic thrumming, very faint, a steady and soft vroom, vroom sound. Low, similar to a heartbeat. It built a bit, but never got loud, always just barely over the threshold of my hearing. It almost could have been a train, but there were no tracks anywhere near us. The weather was clear, the highway far off. It didn't sound mechanical anyway, but it didn't sound entirely organic either. I walked off the porch into the front yard to try to hear it better, and I could feel it in the ground. This soft pulsing in time with the sound. I was barefoot, and I think even with shoes I'd have noticed it. I could feel it in my ankles and knees. The whole world beating like a big heart. After a while, I wasn't even sure if I was really hearing it or just feeling it. There was no major change from that point on, though, and I imagined it, and maybe it was just continuing to build. Then after some time, I have no idea how much, it just stopped. No fade, just silence again. Then, just as suddenly as they had stopped before, the crickets and other noisemakers started up again. I went inside, and I went to bed. Mom had to move out of the house while I was away for the summer. Different story. But she still talks about it. She told me she'd mentioned all this stuff to the owner, who was a very nice older lady, and that she suddenly went all cagey on her, didn't want to talk about it. Last I heard, the owner passed, and her heirs sold the land. The house is surely gone now. Ask Reddit. My friend and I used to go ghost hunting when we were in middle school. It consisted of me asking questions directly towards spirits and ghosts. This is pre-smartphone days. We also brought a handheld voice recorder that was pretty expensive. It was his dad's, who was into music and playing instruments. We brought the recorder because we knew it was more likely that we would get an EVP than an interaction that we were aware of. EVP, electronic voice phenomenon. That's when you record a noise or a voice of a spirit or paranormal entity on your device. When you play the recording, you hear the EVP, which you did not hear with your own ears, because the frequency was too high. I've had several interactions, but I'll talk about two right now. The first I actually heard, and it was terrifying. It was an especially creepy night at the location we were at, which was frequented for these interactions. So creepy it took us 15 to 20 minutes to walk 20 feet. Other nights we would freely walk around and not be creeped out, because we didn't feel like there was another presence. Well, this night, there was something there. And after I asked a question, something in front of me, about 10 feet away, swiftly glided toward me while gargling a low which got progressively louder and more aggressive as it came toward me. The noise came all the way right up to me before I could start to run away. It moved really fast, but I could see absolutely nothing in front of me. There was no one there. My friend and I bolted, ran all the way home. We listened to the recorder the next morning, since we were too afraid to play it that night. It was exactly like I described it now. The other experience, this was an EVP. We were listening to a recording at his house, and we had just recorded. On the recording, I was casually talking to him about something when all of a sudden there's a blood-curdling female scream. On the recorder, it was way louder than my voice and long and drawn out, as if a woman had just been stabbed or seen something horrific. It was the most chilling scream I'd ever heard, and I didn't hear it at all when I was at that creepy location having the conversation with my friend. On the recording device, when the scream happens, I'm in mid-sentence, and I don't pause or react. Neither of us do. I remember that night, and we heard no scream. I've had some other experiences that are just as scary. Seen an actual apparition, seen Poltergeist. Had my girlfriend physically hit and pushed more than one occasions. And I've had some other EVPs. Ask Reddit. First, a disclaimer. Every logical part of my thinking doesn't believe in ghosts. But I always go back to the memories of the house I grew up in, and I can't help but to second-guess my logic. Me and my brothers, we all thought the back bedroom in the house I grew up in was haunted. We all witnessed weird stuff happen in that room, unexplainable things that really spooked us. I won't get into all of it, but this particular incident happened about 25 years ago. One of my older brothers moved back home and into the back bedroom. I was 16 or 17. Anyway, one night we're hanging out in my older brother's room, and it had a lot of boxes of his stuff from his apartment in it. It was still being unpacked. We started talking about the bedroom and scary shit that had happened there when we were growing up. Neither one of us were really getting spooked, just having fun reminiscing. A little backstory. This was my maternal grandparents' house. They raised us because my real mom and dad died in separate car crashes years apart. My adoptive dad, Grandpa, built most of the house by hand. It was originally 50 years old, and they estimate it was a log cabin when my grandparents purchased the house in the 1950s. My aunt told us stories about the back bedroom too, and how it also spooked them and their friends. She told us about a particular spooky night involving her friends and a Ouija board. Just typical friends scaring friends with a Ouija board stuff. Anyway, back to the story. So I asked my brother if he thinks that the bedroom really was haunted, or if it was just us being stupid kids with overactive imaginations. If it was haunted, why? Is it because of the Ouija board? Does he really think something was summoned back then and trying to communicate with us? Right after I asked him that question, a phone started ringing, which scared the holy hell out of both of us. Scarier still, the ringing was coming from one of his boxes of stuff. We located the box that the ringing is coming from, and the phone that's ringing. A cordless, unplugged phone sitting in his box just ringing. I pick it up and try to hand it to him. He looks too scared to answer. I push the button to answer the phone and put it up to my ear. No one's there, no sound at all. Trying to be as logical as possible, I conclude that something fell on the test ring button inside the box and caused the phone to ring. My brother, who still looked white, tells me that's impossible. I ask him why, and he grabs the phone and opens the battery compartment to show me that it's empty. He distinctly remembered removing the batteries before packing the phone as to not drain them while in storage. I have no idea how or what made that phone ring that night. Ask Reddit. Happened back when I was around 11 or 12, so about 14 years ago now. Parents and I moved from a small town to the city. We got a great deal, apparently, on a house on a hill with a great view. I remember the days we were moving in the previous renters. Mom and son. Kid was close to my age. They were just finishing moving out, and I'll always remember the look on the mother's face as just being unsettled, to say the least. Anyways, fast forward a few weeks ahead. We had everything set up at this point, and the way the couch was set up in the living room, you could see the hallway to my parents' room, as well as the laundry room out of the corner of your eye. I shit you not, almost every single time I'd be watching TV or playing games, out in the corner of my eye I'd see this shadow going back and forth between the two rooms. It was almost constantly whizzing back and forth. My dad said the same thing later, as he didn't want to freak the shit out of his little kid. That was mainly the extent of it for some time, but it was all the time. Like I got used to it as best as you could, sort of. Thought of it as my buddy, the ghost shadow. I remember talking to it out loud and constantly asking it not to scare me if it could. So that was fine, lived with it for the time being. Time passed over 6 months to a year. My parents got divorced, Dad left to live elsewhere, and I stayed there with my mom because it was an unreal deal, apparently. My mom used to work at a restaurant. I stayed at home alone until 11 p.m. usually. One night, it was around 10 p.m. I was watching TV and I had a weird sense of being watched deeply. That hair standing on the back of your neck feeling. And all of a sudden, almost instantaneously as I got that feeling, I looked to the window. You know when you can see someone in the reflection of a window? Well, it was like that, except in the reflection, all I saw was a shadow inside the room about 7 or 8 feet behind me. These panes of glass were huge, too. So I saw what looked to me like a silhouette of a human. I looked for what seemed like endless amounts of time, and I looked away to comprehend what the fuck I just saw. I didn't move, and I didn't take my eyes off the TV until my mom got home. It was because I was sure as shit didn't want to see anything else. My mom's experience was a bit more startling. She didn't tell me until I was older. She didn't want to add to any of the terrified feelings of myself being home alone. I was at my dad's for the night. She was sitting on the same couch that I was when I saw the shadow. Apparently using her words. Her Lady of Shallot picture lifted off the mantel of the fireplace. That was in the living room. It stood mid-air for a split second, fell to the floor glass down. I remember the night because my mom called my dad and we had to go visit Mom late at night, and my parents stayed in bed together as I assume my mom was scared shitless. We eventually found out, to our surprise, that the original owner of that house was the then landlord's uncle. He was apparently very disgruntled towards women, and when we would constantly see the shadow whizzing back and forth between the laundry room and the hallway, there was the area that he had his workshop before they remodeled that area of the house. We also found out that he was found dead in the house right next to the area where I apparently saw the shadow. On another twisted note, when we moved out of the house, the landlord asked my mom in front of me, "So, did you see him?" Ask Reddit. A man tried to sneak into the park by running along the monorail track. A janitor had to hose him off. Well, hose him off the nose of the monorail train. On the ship that cruises in the rivers of America, the water separating Tom Sawyer's Island, a cable snapped loose and hit a woman in the face, killing her. In Tomorrowland, what's now known as the Invention Center used to be called something else. I forget what, but it was a sort of a stage show in a rotating room with, singing animatronics. Some of which ended up in Splash Mountain. A female employee with long hair was leaning against a brick wall of the spinning room watching the show. Her hair got caught as the room spun and slowly pulled her head toward the gears, ripping her scalp off. Two boys, a teenager, I should come up with something else that's not excuse me, but I do it on autopilot. Two boys, a teenager and his younger brother, had hid on Tom Sawyer's Island, which closes before the rest of the park. After they get bored of running around the island by themselves, they realize they're trapped, decide to try and swim across the River of America and get back to the main park. By then, it's dark, and when someone finally notices that there's someone in the water, the older boy had already drowned, and the younger brother was flailing and crying, trying to swim. After I heard this story, before I worked there, I also tried to hide on the island to see if I could stay behind after it closed. If you're familiar with the island, these are fun little tunnels you can crawl through. Some just dead ends and, well, it's in one of those dead ends and tunnels that my aunt and sister decided to try and hide in. We huddled together in this small tunnel in the very back for maybe 3 minutes or so before we heard a voice that said, "It's closing. Time to leave." We freaked the fuck out and crawled out of that tunnel so fast. But later we're telling the story to my mom on the raft back to the main park, and the employee steering it laughs and tells us there's a camera and a speaker in that tunnel specifically. Mostly because that's where people like to hide during closing, and the voice we heard was probably the technician watching us on camera on the island's PA system. What's your weirdest paranormal or urban legend story? I have several. As my area, specifically my grandmother's house and her surrounding area, have high paranormal energy around it, due to being rather rural and the astonishing amounts of suicides and murders in the area. Most of the suicides took place on my grandmother's property. One man's family went missing, leaving the man who committed unalive in the woods, who committed suicide in the woods behind the house. The second one, just the same as the first, only multiple bodies were found. Due to this, my grandmother's property is rather haunted, some of which I've experienced myself. As far back as I can remember, there's always been one area of the house I would never venture into. It just felt off, like I was being watched by something, and it scared me. One night I was staying with my grandma because she had fallen down a flight of stairs and couldn't walk because she broke her pelvis in 3 different areas. I slept on my mother's old room. Slept on the room, huh? It was an office at some point, as it had an old Macintosh Apple computer on the desk and with my Dell laptop next to it. I was driving off to sleep one night when I heard it. I heard footsteps just outside my door. They didn't run, it was somebody walking, but the steps stopped at my door. Freaked out, I flipped the lights on, didn't see anything. I left the lights on the rest of the night. Nothing happened after that. I even left my phone recording all night. But the only thing I got was me talking in my sleep, and I do that a lot, arguing with my mom about donuts. The rest of the time I was there taking care of my grandma, nothing happened as well. My grandma's house was built in the 1800s. It's barely standing now. Grandma claims that she's had experiences with it as well. From people pushing her down the stairs, things moving from one place to another, or disappearing for months on end and reappearing sometime later, to hearing disembodied voices, children and my late grandfather, and a cat call whistling. The house is not in the best of shape, as one spark from a loose wire could cause it to go up like a tinderbox. It's a very old house. Ask Reddit. I'll take two schools I know best. My former high school and a high school where my dad works. My former high school has a particular spot no one would ever fuck with. The northwest corner of the whole school, where mathematics and physics classes are. It's not particularly about the classes, but instead an open space behind them. One case where I experienced personally is when an overnight activity was conducted in the school. It's some kind of mandatory scout program where we are, and the freshmen learned how to set up tents and such. Accompanied by some students from sophomore year as a committee. We slept inside the classroom, though, the east wing of the school. In the middle of the night, all of us were woken up by the committee to play a game. That's where all students were divided into pairs, and one by one the pair had to walk through the school by following some clues placed beforehand. They would bring a flashlight. And there's some rules to oblige, such as running, screaming, and shining our flashlights up. Well, along the path, some of the committee had hid the surprise to us, but not in the obvious jump scare way. It sucks, indeed. One of the paths is through the center of the school behind the mathematics and physics class. That's where I saw someone in a fetal position hiding in a bush between the wall. Thinking it's just another committee fucking with us, of course my friend and I were just keeping the pace higher instead of shining lighter, sort of confronting it. After it all ended, we shared our stories on how ridiculous it was. Some committee put on ridiculous makeup and dress too. When the topics about the corner of the school hit, we realized that we saw different things in the corner of the school. Some said they saw someone up in a small tree. Some said they saw someone inside the classroom looking out through the window. Some said they saw absolutely nothing there. Later in the morning, the story spread that it came to the committee in the teacher's ear, who later confirmed that none of the committee dared to be in the corner of the school that night. The teachers gave the second confirmation plus reassurance that at least nothing bad happened. We know that the committee fucked with us, but teachers' involvement regarding the issue made us realize that it was a dead serious thing, that something's there. The second one has actually happened a couple of weeks ago. A guard in high school where my dad worked just chilled in his tiny room at around 2 a.m., making coffee. That's when the electricity was out. No biggie, he had candles in the stock, as it's not unusual to happen. When he tried to light the candle, the fire was repeatedly died. Sometimes wind can be so slow that we can't feel it, but it can affect fire, right? As he was getting annoyed, he heard clear as day a sinister laughing of a woman inside his tiny room. Needless to say, he bolted out of his room, running out of the school to go home near the school. Later that following day, some people who were staying outside the school guarding a rice barn told the guard that last night they saw an old woman in white making her way through the main gate of the school, going inside. Same school, but some years beforehand, a teacher friend of my dad was working overnight in the teacher's office, getting some work done. Later in the dead, almost midnight, he heard some kids playing in the school's main yard, circled by buildings, accompanied by a woman. It was eerie, of course, but he thought perhaps it's the school's guard's wife and kids, not the guard from the previous story, who lives nearby. So he didn't bother to take a look out of the window. The next day, when he asked the guard's wife whether she and the kids playing in the school last night, she said nope. You heard her. Ask Reddit. Suicidal subject. Let's call him Stan. Known to most of the guys I work with. Former military. Wife called saying he claims to have powers. Thinks he has to kill himself to save himself. Yep, you read that right. Thanks. Of course I was working that zone that night. The other 2 people on my side of the county working with me were on other disturbance calls fairly far away from me. They had just got on the scene. While driving to the house, I asked dispatch to get someone from a neighboring city to assist. Protocol dictates that I had to request assistance so they could leave their jurisdiction. But the closest officers were tied up too. I'd be alone for a while. I'm not looking forward to the call. The man was big and had what we called farmer strength. He wasn't ripped, but he was incredibly solid, and his hands were like grabbing rocks. Last time I had to wrestle with him, he threw me through his trailer door, and I'm 6'2" at 240, and at that time, pretty solid. I pull in his driveway, and he's sitting on the porch, rifle in his lap. His wife is nowhere to be seen. I put the Charger in park and quickly let dispatch know that he's with a rifle, and I went net direct. If anybody knows what net direct is, I'd like to know. Stan, where's your wife? I sent her away. He days without even looking at me. Well, shit. Dispatch is in my ear telling me that backup is inbound from 2 towns over. I have to know where his wife is, and I have to get that rifle out of his lap. Come on, Stan, why don't you put the rifle down and let me talk to you? I walk to about 15 yards away, ready to draw. That's if he so much as flinches in my direction. Finally, he looks at me and says, "Okay, I don't need the rifle anyway." Throws it to the side. I have powers. What kind of powers do you have? I ask as seriously as I could. He grins and says, "You'll see." Right on cue, I notice something white and big moving in my peripheral vision. It's my car, and it's going forward about 10 feet before running into an old rusted barbecue grill. He starts crying. No, that's not a strong enough way to describe it. Stan starts bawling. In between sobs, he says how sorry he was and that he needs help. I tell him I can get him some help if he'll just let me cuff him. He stands up, walks forward off the porch before getting on his knees. Cuffs go on, ankle cuffs too. I ask him where his wife was. He told me the truth. He had sent her away. She was next door through a wooded area. The rifle was an older, like .30-06, and it was unloaded. Hadn't been fired in a while. He's now calm enough that he can be transported by ambulance to a hospital that he's frequented. Yep, some of you cyber detectives have probably guessed that I had left my car running when I got out of it. It was pretty common to leave it running almost all night. See, my laptop's battery was shot and it would die if the car was off. But anyway, I did put it in park. The part I'm leaving out was the transmission trouble I'd been having after my car had been repaired after an accident. Another fairly long story for another time. See, the car was hard to shift into drive, and just getting it into gear was trial and error. It didn't shift into park and apparently didn't even shift into neutral or reverse on the other way. It sat with the front tire. It must have finally built enough torques to make it over the hump and right into the grill, right? Some short stories of strange things I experienced. 1. Red lights in the forest. I was driving home at night through the forest, and I always take this way, and I saw a bunch of red lights in the rearview mirror. They were in the forest itself. No road went into the forest, and they were clumped together in a way that fit for car and bike backlights. Could have been a bunch of kids, but it was weird, since it was already dark and there was no flashlight. Just this clump of red lights in the middle of the forest. 2. Old woman in our milking parlor. I live on a farm and our family worked on the farm for over a century. We built a new milking parlor for 5 years in, an area that used to be a field. I walked by it after a walk, and I saw an old woman in a dress that was common for farming women 50-plus years ago. I remember seeing pictures of my ancestors, and it was common for women to wear this headband and dress while milking cows. But this was only one of those encounters where I saw it in the corner of my eyes, and when I took a closer look, she was gone. It could have just been my imagination, but it still stuck with me. 3. My PC played a report of a crime. I don't know how detailed I can be with the no illegal stuff rule. While I was playing a game on my PC, it suddenly started playing a report about a crime. After I realized what was going on, I tried to find out where it came from. Closed all the tabs, checked the sound mixer to see if any program was making the noise. My mixer told me it was Skype. I didn't have Skype installed, haven't used this program in ages. There was no window open, and I even checked Task Manager to find any task for it. None. It disappeared once the report was over. Only much later I realized that the crime was similar to something that happened to a friend of mine when I was 6. My consciousness kind of buried the entire thing in some kind of self-defense, and only when I thought about it after somebody asked me about the paranormal stuff, that's when I made the connection. Never heard anything about this crime after. 4. Shadow figure walking on the ground. This is the one that got me interested in paranormal encounters in general. I was walking to work in the morning and it was still pretty dark with a bunch of streetlights on. When I walked under one, I realized that something was off with a shadow on the ground. It was a person just walking by, but it wasn't mine. I froze in place and just watched the shadow leaving the light of the streetlight. It was cast as if another person just casually walked by me, but there was no one else. I was even sent home from work because I looked so pale. I paid close attention to the same light the next few weeks, but nothing happened. I continued to work there like normal, but I still get this cold feeling when I pass that light, even today. My aunt's haunted house. My aunt has been diagnosed with various cancers for the last 10 years. Back in 2020 during the COVID lockdown, she had a close call. We ended up living with her for about half of the year. While living with her, my family had many paranormal experiences. Here are some of the more notable experiences. My aunt rented the upstairs of a 3-bedroom house. My sister and I had to sleep in the living room because the other rooms were being used. My first paranormal experience at that house happened around 2:30 a.m. I could hear footsteps walking down the hallway from the bedrooms into the living room and kitchen area. Whatever or whoever it was stopped at the foot of the couch, then walked back down the hall. I wasn't the first one that heard it, as my cousin and aunt who lived there also reported hearing bodiless footsteps pace the hallway. A hot spot for paranormal activity was in the small bathroom. My cousin said they'd heard things being moved around in the bathroom whilst they were showering. My experience in the bathroom happened while I was talking to my cousin, looking in the mirror applying makeup. My cousin turned around to sit on the edge of the tub, and then just out of the corner of her eye, and mine, we both saw something small and yellow suddenly materialize out of thin air. We saw my little sister's small Pokemon toy briefly floating in the air. Then it suddenly looked like it was placed down perfectly in the ground at a super fast speed. When we told everyone what happened, my sister said that her Pokemon toy had been right next to her on the nightstand in the other room. A couple of days later, my mom and I were sitting in a bedroom across the hall from the bathroom talking. She was putting on her shoes. I was looking down at my phone when she abruptly said, "Did you see that?" I said that I did. We both saw a small black object the size of one of those small, hard, bouncy balls appear out of thin air. It looked as if it was thrown across the floor and rolled directly in front of her feet. then went under the bed that we were sitting on. My mom was recovering from a knee injury at the time, so she told me to quickly get down and look under the bed to see if there was anything there. I was too afraid that I would see something looking at me if I looked under the bed, so she got down and looked under herself. Said there was nothing there. Another experience that occurred after a really long day of driving around to visit several family members in various cities. I was exhausted by the time we got back to my aunt's, so I went straight to bed. Just as I was beginning to fall asleep, I suddenly heard a baby screaming cry. It sounded as if it was coming from the downstairs apartment, but the young couple below us didn't have any children. I asked my cousin and sister if they had heard a baby crying, to which they looked at me with puzzled expressions and replied that they hadn't heard anything. I was surprised because the crying was so loud. The next morning when I told Aunt about the crying baby, she shared an experience they'd had earlier that year while they were leaving for a very early morning doctor's appointment. Apparently, the night before the doctor's appointment, there was a snowstorm. When they opened the front door to leave, they noticed little barefoot footprints in the snow the size of a child walking away from the house. My cousin followed them to the sidewalk. That's where they disappeared without a trace. They noted that there were no footprints walking back to the house. Ask Reddit. When I was 8, my dad bought a house close by my grandma's place. We shifted from city to countryside. It's a single-story detached house, erected on 1 acre of land. My grandma's house was less than 5 minutes' walk. To get there, we need to walk through the 1 acre land, which is connected to my grandma's land. My dad planted fruit plants, cocoa, durian, and similar things. We had a mini poultry farm, chickens, ducks, and turkeys. It was a simple life where everybody knows everybody. After a year without incidents, my mom started to have strange and vivid nightmares. Nightmares where she was chased by monsters and dark figures. Soon, the poultry animals were affected. One by one started to fall to the ground out of nowhere and die. Their bodies turned completely blue as if the blood's been sucked out dry. My dad and uncle, Grandma's youngest son, simply assumed it's a type of disease affecting the birds. A few days later, my uncle came to our house for something and went back to his place, passing by our orchard. 5 to 10 minutes later, Dad went to the orchard to feed the birds and immediately saw close to 7 ducks lying dead right on the pathway. It was impossible for my uncle not to notice them. Soon my uncle's family started to experience similar episodes, like nightmares and birds dying. Strangely, none of our neighbors' poultry animals were affected by the strange disease. In the midst of these strange happenings, Mom went to stay at her sister's place, which is about a 3-hour journey by bus. It's pretty near to our former house, to attend a wedding. The day after the wedding, Mom went to visit her friend. At the time of the visit, Mom's friend had a visitor. The visitor was apparently a medium with psychic abilities, whom my mom's friend invited to consult on some issues the family was facing. The moment the psychic lady set her eyes on Mom, she told my mom that something did black magic on her and that she'll die if nothing's done to remove it. Mom obviously didn't believe the lady and told her, "I'm sorry, but I got no money to do a reading or consultation." To this, the lady simply replied that she needs no money, asked Mom to sit in front of her. She made a talisman for Mom as protection to wear around her neck. However, the lady said it's only a temporary remedy, and Mom has to consult a more powerful psychic or shaman to remove the black magic if she wants to live. The lady reminded Mom to never ever remove the talisman from her body. Feeling bewildered, Mom came back and informed Dad and Mom the rest, basically what happened. Grandma immediately contacted a shaman, who also happened to be a family friend, told him about the incidents and asked his opinion. The shaman agreed to help. He requested us to prepare some items for the ritual and prayer, that he'll be coming over in 2 days. He was living in a different state. In the meantime, Mom started to get really bad rashes from wearing the talisman to the extent that Mom wanted to take it off, but kept it on due to Grandma's insistence. On the day of the ritual, the shaman, together with my dad, brothers, and uncle, went into the orchard, bringing the necessary items for the ritual and prayer. Since I was pretty young and it was past midnight, I wasn't allowed to follow them. From what I heard from my brothers, the shaman said someone did black magic on Mom out of jealousy. Didn't make sense, but whatever. And it was someone who was related to us. Long story short, everything was back to normal after the ritual. No more nightmares, no more birds falling dead. To this day, everything remains surreal. We've since moved back to the city, mainly for better education and employment opportunities. We still own the house, though. And I'll still never forget what a durian smells like, or tastes like. Ooh. See ya. Welcome to the enigmatic world of Paranormal M, where the strange and unusual reign supreme. Prepare to have your beliefs challenged as we delve into the depths of the unknown. Subscribe and turn on notifications to never miss a moment of our mind-bending tales. St. Vincent's Guest House, New Orleans. We were heading down to New Orleans for a long weekend. We had accommodations set Thursday through Sunday, but ended up having Wednesday day off and wanted to head down early. So we needed another hotel night. Ideally close to the lower garden district where we'd be staying the rest of the time. We chose St. Vincent's. It was cheap and it was just for one night. This place had been recently renovated and modernized from what I can tell. When we stayed, it was in rough shape. The building was once an orphanage, and the old pictures near the lobby showed some of the previous occupants. Our room had such a creepy energy to it, and I couldn't put my finger on why. The high ceilings in the room were, for whatever reason, just unnerving. The furniture was sparse. Queen-size bed, table for a TV across from it, and a small table in the corner of the room. We both wore glasses. We were heading to sleep. I'd been reading on a tablet that I placed on the ground next to the bed. I set my glasses on the tablet, or table, maybe. She asked me to put hers with mine. We slept decent. We woke up the next morning and got dressed. I went to get my glasses and tablet, and she asked me to grab her glasses too. I couldn't find hers. Mine were still on the tablet, undisturbed from where I left them. I checked under the bed, figuring maybe I somehow knocked them under with my hand in the middle of the night. Nothing. I asked if she had moved them, but she said the last time she saw them was when she gave them to me. I distinctly remember a rush of cold air in a room that lacked decent AC. As I looked around the room, I found the glasses, laying unfolded on that small corner table a good 8 to 10 feet from the bed. It's not a wild experience. I never saw anything or heard anything, but it was enough to make me reconsider some preconceived notions, and enough for us to check out expeditiously. Ask Reddit. During COVID, I moved back to my parents' house. One day I walked out of the bathroom. It was the middle of the day, but no one was home. The front door literally was slow motion opening right in front of me. I thought my parents had arrived and opened it, but once the door opened completely, no one was there. My dad tried to explain it that maybe the door just had an issue. Tried to sort of imitate the situation by closing it very slowly or locking it lightly. Nothing he tried could replicate what happened that day. In the following weeks, the door of our neighbor who lives right across the hall was fully open. No one had come, They live abroad and only visit once a year. No one could explain it. After that, not much had happened. In the following months, though, I was up till past 2 or 3 a.m. one night, and oddly enough again, as I walked out of the bathroom, I saw a bright light in the living room. Immediately, my heart started pumping. The light disappeared in a few seconds. I had no idea what that was. The next day I asked my sister, and she said that she saw it too once, that the TV just turns on for a few seconds, then turns off again. So I waited the next night, and surely enough, at exactly 3 a.m., the TV turns on. It was a picture of my grandpa and some family members at a picnic. My grandpa died years ago. The photo kept appearing at 3 a.m. every day, till one day it didn't. Still gives me the shivers. The trail disappeared behind us. My girlfriend and I live in a small town in New Jersey. It's right by the Delaware River. We have many trails around here in the woods, and the one we went to last night is in a small state park right by the river. We had gone to this spot once before during winter, and all of the vegetation was gone this first time. The trail was quite clear, had only a very thin strip of wood separating the road from the riverbank. However, this second time it was different. Now that it was summer, there was thick brush everywhere in that spot. We parked the car around 6:30 in a small space right out of the road from where the trail starts. It was clearly visible and was beckoning us in despite the thick brush. Thinking back, it was almost unnatural how beaten down the narrow slice of trail was really in contrast to this thick brush surrounding it. We start on the trail. Easily make it to our spot by the river in 6 minutes. There was one area where the trail led us to a small ditch. It was filled with plant life, but both ends of the trail were clearly visible from this area. After passing through, we passed by a big tree with thick roots coming from out of the ground. Made it to our spot by the river. When we got to our spot, we saw the river was quite high, but we found a spot to sit down. We sat for about an hour talking about the tragic fire that recently happened in Hawaii. At around 7:30 p.m., we figured it would be a good idea to head back before it got dark. When we passed the big tree right at the start of the trail, we got down in the ditch. Something felt off immediately. I couldn't tell you what, but I felt terrified of the vegetation. It was so thick and suffocating. Standing in this ditch, the two of us tried to come back on the same trail we came through. But when we went in that direction, we noticed the brush had completely swallowed it up. It wasn't even dark at this point, it was just gone. We looked everywhere in that ditch for our trail. We even brute forced our way in the direction of the trail, but we never found a trace of it. No narrow slice of clear ground. Everywhere was covered in green. We wandered for about half an hour, coming upon a second, smaller tree with its roots above ground. Here we saw what looked like part of the trail we were on, but the entire path was completely blocked by stinging nettles, which we hadn't seen any of on our way in, at least. This tree was a landmark we remembered from our first time coming here. We even have a video of it at that time. We searched and searched, and like I said, this wasn't a very large trail. We should have stumbled upon it. We were scared of the coyote pack and bear that call these woods home. My girlfriend was panicking. I wasn't much better. At this point, it was completely dark and we had only our phone flashlights. We ended up having to brute force our way through the brush to the road. It took far longer than it should have. It felt like we were running for hours. And we were walking, or rather weren't, we were running. Took us almost an hour to get back to our car at around 8:50 p.m. Again, it was only a 6-minute walk on that windy trail, but when we were running almost perfectly straight toward the road, it took us almost 10 times that. We also ended up farther down the road in the opposite direction of the trail, which should have been impossible. My girlfriend had her Maps app up, tracking our distance to the road, and we were going straight toward it. When we finally got back to the car, we noticed the trail was totally blocked. No trace of the spot where we had entered. The plants completely undisturbed, like we weren't even there. That's honestly one of the scariest parts of the whole experience. We were so relieved, but on the way back home, my girlfriend brought up something from the first time that I'd forgotten about. She found a tattered rope on the ground, right off the side of the trail underneath a tree. It was unmistakably and tragically a noose. It had been cut cleanly on the end that would have tied to the tree. It was very dirty and had clearly been exposed to the elements for some time. Not wanting anyone walking the trail to have seen that, she kicked it to the river. Her heart was in the right place, but seemingly a foolish mistake in hindsight. Now, unlike my girlfriend, I'm not a very spiritual person. But when she said that, both of our bodies shuddered, and I felt momentarily that same anxiety and dread I felt in the woods. I knew how lonely whoever tied that noose had to be. I feel almost completely certain that they were behind the events of the night, that they wanted us to stay and keep them company, though I don't think they meant us harm. Today we went back to the trail because my girlfriend wanted to perform a ritual for the spirit. She wanted to make right with it and bring it peace for the night. She set up a handful of witchy-type items and spoke a few words to the spirit. She brought flowers, placing them on the post markings, and still fully blocking the entrance, lit a black candle adorning the posts with just a little bit of melted wax. She said a few words and explained how we meant no harm, apologizing for kicking the rope into the river. As she poured this wax, I saw something that I still doubt, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. Below the arching plants to the immediate left of the first post, I saw an amorphous blob of some kind. It didn't seem like a trick of the light as it was dark. We only had one small lantern and the candle illuminating the area. It seemed to reach out to her, not in a violent or negative way, but in a longing and desperate manner. Still, I was terrified something would grab and take her deeper into the brush. She was incredibly calm, though, and upon pouring the wax and stepping away, the presence disappeared. We sat down in front of the posts, kept the candles lit. It was the calmest candle I have ever seen. The flame slowly drifted, unflickering back and forth between my girlfriend and I, as if looking at us and checking us out. As we waited longer, the candle would grow calmer. Finally, as the stick of incense we were burning began to reach its end, the candle flame began to drift slowly away from us and pointed toward the woods. "Are you ready to return home?" I asked. The candle flame then began to flicker slightly, swinging side to side, then settling kind of calmly and centered, as if to say, "Okay, I'm ready." When the incense finished burning, we blew out the candle, got back in our car, and we tossed our last couple of flowers into the river at the dock upstream, as they would make it to the trail. We both felt tired and relaxed after this whole experience. My girlfriend says that we made peace with the spirit. We want to go back someday, only during the day and only in fall or winter when the brush is cleared and we can't become trapped by it. But I'm hoping that we can keep it company. Nothing in this story has been fabricated at all. It's all true. We visited this place on August 14th, 2023, just a day ago, technically 2 days, as it's 12:28 a.m. on the 16th as I'm finishing this post. Feel free to believe or disbelieve, but leave your thoughts in the comments. And the narrator doubles down on that, the comment part. My grandma is haunting my mom. For context, my grandma died in a traumatic way. I, a 29-year-old female, live out. My great-grandmother, paternal, passed away, so my mom and I returned home for the funeral and stayed with my grandma, maternal, for the time that we were there. When the week was up, we returned home. The day we left her house, I turned around to see her watching us leave, and for some reason I had a gut feeling that it would be the last time I saw her. I quickly brushed the thought out of my head. We weren't even home for more than 2 weeks, and my uncle called to tell me that his wife found my grandma dead in her apartment. She had been there for 4 days before anybody found her, and she'd like to turn her AC off at night, so the decomposition was so bad that they couldn't even pinpoint the exact cause of the death. I talked to her maybe 1 to 2 times a week, so not hearing from her for 4 days wasn't out of the ordinary, since I also worked nights. The week after we returned home, my mom's boyfriend mentioned that last night he woke up to use the bathroom. He looked over and saw my grandmother standing over my mom. She was just staring down at her. Some nights they'd hear someone pushing down the toaster and hearing them just pop up like somebody was making toast. Some days they'd even find that the thermostat was turned up to 85. Fast forward to 2021. We were looking through some of her things and found her journal. And I know we shouldn't have read it, but curiosity got the best of us and we read a few pages. I won't go into detail about what they said, but it was, well, that I wish I really never read these things. The next day my mom came to me, told me about the nightmare she had about her. She doesn't even know if it was a dream or not because it felt that real. She said she was laying in bed and falling asleep when out of nowhere she smelled this putrid smell. She said it smelled like what happened to her in her apartment, and what that whole thing smelled like after they found her. When she opened her eyes, a decomposed version of her mom was standing over her and just staring at her. She could even feel the bodily fluids leaking on her as she stood over her. She couldn't move or scream, so she shut her eyes really tight, and when she opened them again, she was gone. Since then, she's had the same dream maybe once or twice a year. Is this a paranormal experience or a message? A couple of days ago, I, a 22-year-old female, was watching TikTok up in my parents' second-floor living room. That's while the rest of my family was downstairs watching a movie. Besides the TV upstairs, we have a small lamp with a bunch of healing crystals around it. Healing in air quotes. As my parents are kind of spiritual and believe in that kind of stuff, the crystals all have somewhat of a flat side to them, and they're sitting around the crystal lamp without being glued down to the surface of the lamp. I'd been sitting there for about an hour just watching TikTok on my phone when I suddenly heard the sound of one of the crystals falling to the floor. This startled me and I got up to see what happened. The crystal, a red jasper, who fell off the lamp, was the stone furthest away from the edge of the TV bench, closest to the wall, so it must have jumped over the lamp and the other crystals before landing on the floor. This freaked me out. I don't understand how this could have even happened, but I put the stone back on the lamp in the same position it previously was, flattest side down, and went downstairs to tell the rest of my family about it. When I had explained what happened, it sounded like they didn't believe me. I stayed down there with them as I too was creeped out, to go backstairs alone at least. Maybe 5 minutes later, we all heard a thud from upstairs. We all went quiet and paused. I instantly knew what it was. My dad and I went upstairs to check it out, and lo and behold, the same red jasper crystal was laying on the floor. Now we're all freaked out and don't understand how this could happen. My mom is the calmest one in her family and suggested that I just Google what red jasper crystal stands for. Might be a sign from the universe. I don't know what to believe at this point, and I'm wondering if anybody else has experienced something familiar. Or similar. Any people familiar with rocks and gems listening? Drop a comment down below for me. I know not of these things. What did I see? When I was 11, we moved into my grandfather's house. That's after he decided to move out. He claimed bedroom doors would open even though he was always shutting them. When I stayed over with him about 3 to 4 years before the room became mine for 5 years, I always felt scared, uneasy, and just not safe. I always attributed this to me being about 7 or 8 and easily scared of the dark. Once we moved in the room I slept in where my younger brothers, Once we moved in the room I slept in, when I, W, as younger, became mine, I immediately began hearing scratching sounds. We had cats above my room, but none below it, which is where I swear these sounds were coming from. It also sounded like a WWE match was going on above my room at night many times as well. And again, we had cats, so I didn't panic. But I don't know how 2 small cats could make that much noise. About 3 years after we moved in, I began sleeping with my TV off to get better sleep. One night I woke up, heard whispering that sounded like it was 2 inches away from my ear, in a language I couldn't decipher. The whispers happened a second time about a week later. Both times, they awoke me from a very deep sleep. I eventually had 2 sleep paralysis episodes, the second of which I was somehow aware of and woke instantly from. The first was absolutely terrifying. Other than the scratching and banging, things were calm for the next 2 years, though. Until one night I was woken by my TV turning off. I swear it made the stereotypical poltergeist noise. I looked over to my door and saw a roughly 8-foot-tall white apparition with no facial features and gangly arms. It almost reminded me of a Slender Man look-alike. I stared at it for a few seconds, frozen in fear, before I turned my lights on. As soon as the lights came on, it was gone. I tried to comfort myself for a few seconds, but as I did, so my dog just leapt off my bed and began barking in the general direction of whatever it was that I saw. We lived there another 1.5 years after, and other than scratching and banging, nothing of note took place. Since moving to our new home, I've experienced absolutely nothing I would class as paranormal. I'm just curious if anybody's had any insight into what I saw that night. All I know is it wasn't from this world, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Skinwalker, I think. So around 6 months ago, I was over at my cousin's house and we were asleep. My younger second cousins and my stepsisters all decided to get drunk, take alcohol from my uncle's cabinet. They're minors and females, which is also important to the story as well, like 17, 15, and 15. I believe that, but they got into trouble the next day, so there's that. Anyway, my cousin, who goes by the name of Nick, and goes by the nickname Jay, woke up at the same time as I did, which was very strange at 2:30, almost 2:40 a.m. Like 30 seconds later, my cousin gets a phone call from my stepsister's phone, and on the other end was my cousin, the 17-year-old. She was broken into tears, and both I and my cousin, 18-year-old male, got the chills. Now, he lived in a small town, literally in the middle of nowhere. So Jay told me to get dressed, as he also frantically got dressed himself. He said that his sisters and my stepsister are lost, and that one of my younger female cousins and my stepsister, the 15-year-olds, were so drunk that they were walking. Down the road, a dog followed them, and their cat, the owner is my 17-year-old female cousin, they followed them too. When the dog disappeared and the cat disappeared off into the woods, they started looking off into the woods. So we get into Jay's truck, start driving like over 80 in a 45 to get there fast to get him. Now, here comes the scary part. So there was a light from the stars and moons we could see clearly. Until we go over the railroad tracks, then it suddenly became pitch black, to the point where even with the brights, we can only see about 10 feet ahead. We both got the coldest chills ever. And then we picked up my two female cousins and my stepsister. Now we drive back to the house and get everybody inside safely. My 15-year-old cousin and stepsister falls asleep instantly due to being too drunk. However, my other female cousin, the 17-year-old, didn't. And she said that she heard voices. Dangerous, non-human voices. They were all calling them into the woods. The 17-year-old didn't fall for it. However, my other cousin and stepsister did fall for it and started following the voice. My cousin tried her hardest to get them to stop, but they wouldn't. Not until my cousin and I got to them where the voices stopped instantly. Now, my cousin and I knew something was wrong, and we were 100% correct, because something, or more like things, followed us out. So fast forward a few days, and my cousin's cat returns, which is normal, by the way. We thought everything was fine, you know? I kept getting super bad chills, but that was nothing new. So eventually I thought that whatever it was left, but I was wrong. So a few days later, my cousin was at work. The girls were at school and my aunt was at work also. So it was just me and my uncle in the house. Him in the living room and me on the other side of the house in my cousin's room just scrolling TikTok. Then I heard breathing. Heavy, deep, but soft breathing that eventually turned into a growl, a low, deep growl that came from no animal I know of. Right outside my cousin's window, too, which was covered in a thick, heavy blanket. I slowly turn around and look at it. It was just there on the other side of the window, and though I could see it, I'm not sure it could see me. Then I started moving, and the growl got deeper, following me, and then stopped as I moved in front of my cousin's back door, which was locked, and I saw, through the window at the top of the door, a small black shadow. It ran in front of it, and it looked like it was about 7 or 8 feet tall. So because of that, I ran to the living room where my uncle was. Chilled with him until my cousin got home, and I told him everything that happened to that. But since then, nothing like that's happened since. And I don't know what beast was following me, or if it is still, but I just wanted to share that experience I had, and ask what you think it was, and what that thing was that was stalking me. And do you think I'll be seeing it again later? Please tell me, I need to know. I don't know how to say this. Today, me and a friend went to some lost place. I was there a lot of time, nothing special. It had a bunker. We wanted to go in there. But the second we went into the forest, the lost place isn't a forest, I felt like someone or something was watching us. I saw some black figure lurking behind a tree. I didn't think anything of it at first, but we just went inside the house. We just went inside the house, and that bunker was just wanting to go down there, but I just felt like something was down there waiting for us. So we went outside. When we were outside at our bikes, we heard someone throwing stuff around the bunker. It sounded like wood. My friend just said he heard metal falling down there and went to some place near it with a good viewpoint. We had walkie-talkies with us. Don't ask why. So one of us went back to the house. Me first. I don't even know what we really thought doing this, but it felt right. Went there, but at halfway point I heard a breathing like when you're exhausted. It was deep and sounded male. I looked around there and there was nobody. I didn't look in the forest or anything, I just ran back to my friend. He went and I watched, just so you couldn't see much of the path, you'd have to kind of walk. I heard some strange stuff while he was walking. Then he said he saw something. I heard the same sound as he said. It sounded like it was a classic alien movie sound from those UFOs. Well, that was my point of view. Now my friend will say his. What's up? My name's Demetrius, and I'm going to tell you my perspective of when I went to the bunker alone. So as I walked to the bunker, I started hearing a breathing on my right ear, and as I turned over, I saw a creature that had a Wendigo-type body with an upside-down face and a sickle in its shoulder. It was just staring at me with a smile on its face. After I saw that, I just started booking it back to my friend, and last thing I heard behind me was a male screaming out in anger. It was like it was angry that I left. After that, we immediately left. Thomas again. I know this sounds fake, but it isn't fake. Should we go back there and film it, though? Yes. I think a ghost may have been trying to save me from an abusive relationship. I've been watching ghost footage compilations for days. It's spooky season, and it's been making me think about my own ghost experiences. In my late teens, it happened almost non-stop, and now in my 30s, I never experienced more than the rare door opening on its own, which I often explain away as being a draft. It's been such a harsh juxtaposition that these days I wonder if what I experienced back then was even real. But when I really sit here and I think through, I think a ghost may have been trying to save my life. When I was 19, I became friends with a guy named Thomas. We went for a long midnight drive listening to music. We had the same sense of humor, and for a few weeks we spent all of our free time together. One day he admitted that he'd had a crush on me all through high school, which surprised me because he was a jockey guy who would run with the popular crowd, and I was the quintessential 2011 emo kid who ate lunch in classrooms by myself. Thomas was not the usual type, or even mine. He was 6'1" and over 200 pounds, had a linebacker build. I was 5'5" and 105 pounds, normally dated small skater dudes. But even now, personality and a sense of humor matters to me way more than a physical type. And we hit it off, so naturally we started to date. Days before we became official, I slept over at his house. He hadn't confessed to me yet, so we slept on one side of the sectional and I slept on the other. For the first time ever, I had sleep paralysis. It was the most vivid dream I'd ever experienced. In the corner of Thomas's living room, twisted, bloody people were having sex and cutting each other. They were watching me watching them, smiling. I stared in horror before my body jolted awake, and as soon as my eyes opened, I heard, "Get out," whispered directly into my ear. I'd been facing the back of the couch, sleeping on my side, and I rolled over to see if someone was there. Thomas's dad was in the kitchen in his underwear, and he yelped when he saw that I was there. I was ready to chalk the entire thing up to just being a dream, but I was distinctly awake when I heard the voice, and Thomas's dad chastised him the next day for not telling him that, I was going to be there. Because obviously he would have put on clothes before he came out had he known. When I told Thomas about what I'd heard, he didn't respond for a while. Then he said that while he didn't personally believe in ghosts or hauntings, I wasn't the first person he'd had over that said they experienced something strange. After that, I pretty much listened to the entity that I'd heard. I came to Thomas's house during the day, but I didn't stay the night again. In hindsight, I don't think the ghost was just telling me to leave the house. I think it was trying to warn me to run away from Thomas completely. The second we put the boyfriend-girlfriend label on, everything changed. My funny, charming friend became a mean, controlling asshole. And the ghost activity spiked to a point I'd never experienced before. Soon after my sleep paralysis incident at Thomas's house, I had it again in my own. I've always had sleep issues, so I kind of sleep like a freak. I'm a super light sleeper, so I sleep with earplugs and under my pillows to muffle any sound. One morning I was asleep on my back. That's when the dream happened. My eyes were open, but I could only see out of my peripheral vision where my pillow was lifted. I watched the bottom of my bedroom door, and as it opened and bare feet walked into my room, I watched the feet walk to my bed, felt the indent on my bed as she climbed onto it. She put her hands on either side of my pillow, her black hair spilling onto the pillows and tickling the exposed side of my face. I could feel her breathing like her face was pressed to the top of the pillow. To this day, it's the only time I've ever woken up screaming. I can't know for sure, but it seemed like whatever spoke to me at Thomas's house had followed me to mine. One day, Thomas was driving me home from work. We were fighting because he was accusing me of fucking my manager. Mind you, this accusation came from me wanting to go to work at 10 minutes early. I always went in early because I have a lot of anxiety about being late. I always have. So we were in the car while he yelled at me outside my house, and suddenly he stopped mid-yell and stared over me. I looked over to see what he was looking at. We both watched as the curtain of my bedroom slid back into place as if somebody had been holding it open. My heart sank for 2 reasons. Firstly, because no one was ever home at this time of day. My dad traveled for work and my stepmom had a day job. Secondly, I knew exactly what Thomas's reaction was going to be. He asked who was in my bedroom and angrily demanded that I let him see who was hiding. While I was defensive due to his accusations, I was also terrified and didn't want to go in alone. Thomas tore the place apart and no one was there. We were both a little shaken, but ultimately we let it go. The activity in my house spiked harder after that. One morning I was in the bathroom at 6 a.m. about to get into the shower before work. I heard a little girl giggle. To this day, I don't know why I didn't react more strongly. I simply took my shower, got ready, and left for work. When I left the house, the horror of what I'd heard settled in. It's almost like my emotions in that moment hadn't been my own. At night, I felt someone behind me constantly. It wasn't just a looming feeling of someone behind me. I'd hear footsteps running, and I mean running fast, right up until it was directly behind me. As I mentioned before, I sleep with earplugs and under my pillows. But in the rare instances that I slept without these things, I heard activity all night, bumps, groans, and walking. One night my parents were in Hawaii. The house was empty, so Thomas insisted on sleeping over. While we were watching a movie, I saw Thomas's face go pale. He was staring at something. I asked what was wrong. He said he saw a face in the window. He checked outside, didn't find anything. And since I didn't see it myself, he decided he had just been seeing things. It was dark after all. Later that night, we were having a rare, good moment in our relationship. We were playfully wrestling on the couch and laughing, and we both stopped instantly. Next to our heads, we heard a female voice say, "Hi." We sat up straight and just looked at each other a few times. The TV was off, the windows were closed. There was no way to explain what we had both just heard. I wish I had a good end to this story, but things really only got worse from here. My dad and I had a big falling out, and I needed to move out quickly. Thomas was thrilled to move in together. The controlling behavior evolved into flat-out physical abuse. If ghost activity was still happening, I honestly just don't have time or space to notice. My real life was so much more terrifying. The abuse went on for months before I strategically managed to run away. I had a long-time online friend that had a spare room in Los Angeles. He helped me move out and helped me get on my feet. Since then, as far as I can tell, I've never experienced anything that consistently was paranormal. I've had sleep paralysis maybe once, and like I mentioned, a door or maybe two opening that could be explained away. It really makes me wonder if this girl, because it always sounded female, was trying to scare me away from Thomas. When Thomas first told me about how other people had experienced things in his house, he offhandedly mentioned that his dad once told him their family was cursed. That it was a story passed down to generations from the time when their ancestors were in Scotland. He didn't believe in it, and I don't really think I believe in curses either. But I don't have an explanation for what I experienced that year. Do I live in a haunted house? Bit of backstory. I recently broke up with my girlfriend and moved to a new, amazing, and super cheap flat. Clarification, cheap because the owner is more than generous, not because somebody died here. The flat's a perfect size for me. The coolest thing about it is the 3 huge windows occupying one whole wall. Also, the flat's in the shape of a boat. I'm a captain myself and I love sailing. I fell in love with this flat almost immediately. So I live here, I go about my day. But then the weirdest thing started to happen. Nothing big, just a head scratcher. Lights in my bathroom were almost always on when I checked. In the beginning, I thought I was just, being forgetful, and I know myself, I would do something like this. But one day in particular, when I came back from the city, the lights were on, again. So I said to myself very mindfully, "Turn off the lights and leave the apartment. When you will be back, make sure you remember to turn them off before." And so I did. After a few hours in the city, I came back home, and lo and behold, the lights in the bathroom were on again. So that was my first head-scratcher moment. Still don't know why this happens, but it does. Okay, no biggie. I've had far crazier experiences throughout my life. This is okay. Then there was yesterday, when I was waiting for my taxi at my flat to go to the theater. My first time ever, and I'm 33. I heard the weirdest noises coming from the middle window. It sounded like a mix of someone knocking on the window, 3rd floor above the ground, mind you, and like alien sounds. Smiley face. Again, I was waiting for the taxi. I was pumped for the theater, so I brushed it off like it was nothing. Then there was this photo from today. I didn't mention I have a dog. He's a Ridgeback. In the morning, I went to pick up my dog from my ex-girlfriend. We're still good friends still. When me and my dog reached our building, I noticed beautiful sunlight coming through the glass wall on a common hallway. So I did a photo. The photo you see is not edited in any way, but as you can see, there are some weird lights and shapes on the stairs, and it even looks like the stairs are mirroring it a bit. My first thought was it was a glitch in the Matrix. Then I connected everything that happened so far, and I had to share this. Maybe someone will know more. Does anybody know if this is a problem with the camera, or is this something else? I did more photos from the stairs, and I can post them if you guys are interested. And it's on each and every photo, but it's in different positions and sometimes different shapes. I've had this phone for about a year, never did this weird glitch. I checked lots of past photos, nothing. I also tried to take photos after, and it doesn't show anymore. Help. Question regarding malfunction of electronics when I'm stoned. Let's see what I can do. Before I came here, I scratched the internet, but not a single hit. Maybe some of you experienced it too, since most personally, it's usually most universal. When I get stoned, and then after I interact with technology, such as laptops, phones, streetlights, old electronics, vinyl cassette player, and even software, they start to malfunction. Experiences such as flickering screens, the cassette player playing slowly for a second or two and then speeding up, which it does not do when I'm sober. My phone jumps around from app to app, or if it's in WhatsApp specifically, the screen goes up and down without touching it. Just to clarify, I work in IT, and I have more than one phone and laptop, and it happens on all of them. Laptops are the least affected, it seems, but still, apps doing weird shit. Sometimes it adds or removes text, and web pages are loading only halfway, even after reloading them in different browsers, URLs, and laptops. And the sound stops working sometimes too, or it makes weird noises. It's like it adds an effect to the original audio. It even happens when I'm at a friend's house. Time and location really don't matter. I have witnesses, so I know I'm not extremely stoned or something, but I know my mind's not playing tricks. Just to put this out there to non-believers. Once I was at a party again with a nice blunt. DJ's table flat out stopped working once I was saying hello. He was a friend. Could be a coincidence, but it happens so often. I see a pattern. I politely see somebody who cannot handle their weed and works, touchscreens. They can be finicky when you're not paying attention. Perhaps your laptops are the least susceptible to this for the lack of this feature. Just my sixth sense. Weird memory loss as a kid. I think I was pretty small when this happened, around 4 or 6. I remember waking up in a guest bedroom at my grandparents' house. When I woke up, it was early in the afternoon. I realized I couldn't remember how I got there, or how I got to my grandparents' house, or what had happened that morning. The weird thing is, as I tried to recall my last memory, I couldn't remember anything. Like I knew my family, my house, and I could recognize my grandparents' house, places we went to often, but I couldn't remember any specific event that I had ever experienced. Just general facts about my life. I tried to recall any memory at all for a few minutes, and I couldn't. After that, I remember walking to the living room. My family was there. I remember the adults were smiling and laughing at me, which was confusing at the time, but it must have been because they had noticed I'd fallen asleep and thought it was cute. I also think I'd probably fallen asleep in the living room, and they had, carried me to bed. It sounds pretty mundane, and I was really young, but it was pretty disorienting at the time, and I can't think of any explanation besides a false memory or a dream. To clarify 2 things, we live a few minutes away from my grandparents, and so we visited very often, so it wasn't out of the usual that we were there. Also, I don't have any other memories in connection to this one, so if it really happened, I don't know if I regained my memories right after or what. Ask Reddit. Not so much creepy as seriously terrifying. But my roommate and I were carjacked right after we pulled into my driveway. We came home at about 11:50 p.m., still a little high from hanging out with some friends. We park and get out, and within 2 seconds, 2 guys in black hoodies come up on both sides of the car. They had guns, and my guy had his gun pointed at my gut about a foot away from me. Doesn't sound like your guy. I remember being so terrified I didn't even want to look him in the eyes. I did what he asked me to do, throw my purse in the car and start the car, etc. And afterwards he told me to walk into the middle of the street. I'd snagged my phone and jammed it to my bra, thinking I might need to call the police as soon as possible. As I'm walking to the middle of the street, I just take off running and I can hear them screaming after me. I feel bad because I left my roommate on the ground where they had her, after the guy on the side of the car frisked her for her things. But they just took off. I was on the phone with the police within 3 seconds of running off and jumping into someone's yard. What freaks me out is that we'd be gone since 8:30 p.m., and they had been hiding behind a nearby hedge just waiting there. Obviously, we had been scoped out. But it's creepy to think how long they could have just been waiting there. We're extremely lucky that we're okay, and I was able to get my car back in a semi-okay condition. My other roommate hadn't been home that night, but left a light on in our apartment, which is visible from the street and the driveway where all this took place. If she hadn't have left that on, or they noticed no one was home, they could have taken us upstairs and robbed our place, or assaulted us. Left me with some pretty severe anxiety and some moderate PTSD whenever I'd go outside at night. It was also the night before my 21st birthday, which sucked. But I remember trying to be continuously finding, humor in the situation. Like he kept insisting on me to put the keys in the ignition and me telling him sassy it's a push to start. Remember, not a smart move on my part, but it made me laugh afterwards how I tried to simultaneously stand outside the car and put my foot on the brake and press the start button. Ask Reddit. I used to babysit my niece and nephew when they were about 4 and 5 while my sister went to work. She lived down the street from me, so I would walk down in the morning before she left and before the kids woke up. I got there one morning, and after she left, I laid down on the couch. I heard one of the kids run down the hall, and I immediately pretended to be asleep, so they would go back to bed and not get the day started yet. I felt my niece run by me on the couch. Her running stomps shook the floor, and I could hear the trinkets on the shelves shake. I felt the wind of her blow by me. Then it was quiet, but I knew she was still there. She leaned over my ear and moved my hair out of the way and laughed into my ear. I just thought, the audacity of this girl. Seriously. And then she hid under the end table of the couch. Realizing she wasn't going to go back to bed until I woke up, I just got up and looked under the end table. There was no one there. Completely baffled at how she got up and out of the living room in literally 2 seconds without me hearing shook me. So I went down the hall to her room and was starting to freak out. My nephew was sound asleep in his bedroom, and I got to my niece's room and she was sound asleep tucked under her covers. My heart almost fell out of my body. WTF. What was watching me in the woods tonight? Poland. At 4 a.m. tonight, we got back from our walk. We live in Poland, pretty much on the Czech border. Usually take a late walk. Around 2 a.m., we took off our road vehicle into a nearby forest that we've been to many times. We parked the car and walked across a bridge to a spot we visited in the daytime. So there's 2 separate sides of this forest. We walk deeper into the woods. Surrounding us are mounds, which I think are old war trenches, based on the area's history and items we've found there before. The ground is full of dead leaves, so you could hear any movement. Especially tonight, the woods were completely silent. All of the grassy plants and shrubs on the ground around us looked like they had been recently crushed, not cut down, and they were all facing the same direction. It was like a herd of buffalo came from top of the mounds and ran down and trampled them. I assumed deer did this. As we're walking closer to the mounds to venture upwards, all of a sudden we hear this heavy thud on the ground, like a 60-kilogram weight landed approximately 5 meters away from us, closer to the mounds. We don't see anything or hear any other movement, so we decide this is the time to leave. The bridge is only about 20 meters away. I'm trying to move quickly. My partner's clapping and shouting in case it's a wild boar. When we get to the bridge, we're still on the same side before crossing back to the vehicle. We both stop and shine our flashlights at the forest to see if there's something there. We don't see or hear anything. About 30 seconds later, we begin to cross the bridge still with our flashlights pointed at the forest. But now in a bush about 3 meters away are 2 sets of round yellow eyes staring at us. The first set of eyes is 1.5, maybe 2 meters from the ground. The other set is about 1 meter from the ground. Even though we had just shined our flashlights in that exact spot and were still in earshot of this bush, we didn't hear anything moving there. You can't take one step there without the leaves going. The only time we heard a sound was the initial thud. So how did this thing move so quickly toward us without making any noise? We walked the rest of the bridge backwards while shining lights at this bush. Whole time, these eyes are watching us. Jumped into the vehicle and got the fuck out. Luckily, it didn't follow us. Whatever this was stopped, stared, and stayed behind the bushes on the other side of the bridge. I can't tell if it was after us or if it was just making sure we'd left its side of the bridge. Initially, though, it was a wild boar. But I've seen it many times in my life, and even at night these eyes don't look the same. I don't know how else to explain it, and there's no other large creatures like that in this area. We will go back tomorrow in the daytime to see if there's any animal prints near that bush. Waking up at 3:33. So a little background. I was deep into the drug trade. Like really deep. Moving extremely large amounts of powder for a less than desirable group of individuals. I've lost 3 friends in the last month. The last one got shot right in front of me by a gunshot to his head on our way to a candlelight vigil for his nephew. I'm now experiencing an unexplained fear of the dark. I can't sleep in the bedroom with my wife as she needs darkness to sleep. I've been experiencing sleep paralysis symptoms. An overwhelming fear. To the extent that I'm seeing a huge shadow in the darkest area. Smelling what can only be described as struck matches. Hearing whispering from said corners. It's ruining my life. I sleep with a flashlight because my sidearm's too dangerous to sleep with. I illuminate the dark space and it disappears. I'm exhausted, fearful. I know Reddit isn't all-knowing, but I don't know what to do. Scared the doctors will give me some strong sleeping pills, rendering me helpless at this hour. What do I do? I fear for my children and myself. Please help. Forgive the typo-ridden message. It's currently 4 a.m. and I've been using vodka to pass myself out so I can at least get some sleep. I am a believer in the paranormal, so... This is stuff you read or see on TV, but it's not. It's real and it's happening. I'm scared out of my mind. And you, sir, write perfectly fine for it being 4 a.m. and drinking vodka. Salute. Dark beings, entities. So my friend, who's a psychic, and really intuitive, had a run-in. It was with 2 2 girls that she was asked to hang out with. It's a long story, but basically, these girls were putting a spiritual attack on her. She mentioned talking to them telepathically, being pushed into another dimension with them in her own words. We were here, but everywhere at the same time, like astral projection. Once she figured out that they were trying to see through her, like something out of her, she blocked off their telepathy, came back to our dimension, then told them to speak to her here. Her guides are telling her she's in danger and to protect herself. She starts protecting herself and her energy, her space, etc. They don't seem to like that. They've become slightly aggressive toward her, saying strange things like, "They don't like that. I don't like that." They can see her being protected and are mad about it. She mentioned feelings like they were trying to kick her guides and protection out. She mentioned having the feeling of being choked, like a drowning sensation. She was being held down and couldn't move from the sitting position that she was in. The girl next to her was holding her, and she was doing it. She also mentioned them talking about vampires and how they like blood. Seeing what her reaction was, which she gave none, having the feeling her curiosity would lead to something bad. She also said when she was shifting through dimensions, she said that one of the girls, looked scary and demonic and not human at all. She could see it in her eyes and her human form as well. When all of this stuff was going down, she said that, time was non-existent. She was there for over 3 hours and didn't notice. She mentioned how in the other dimension, she felt like she knew one of the girls prior to ever meeting them, and they almost had the exact same tattoo. On her way home in the car, she said that she could feel them trying to get into her head, trying to confuse her and make her tired, like they were trying to take her back to one of their dimensions. She felt like they were going to hurt her physically as well as just spiritually. It's a lot more than what I'm saying, and I feel I'm not quite getting everything explained properly. It's just some crazy sounding ish. But I'm wondering if anybody may have had similar run-ins with quote-unquote people like this, or have an idea of what they can be. Please let me know. I'm trying to give her some clarity on the situation that's just shaking her up. Man in my car. May 8th, 2020, 10 p.m. Tonight, I saw a ghost. Here's the story. Believe what you want. I got in my car to go pick up my little sister from a friend's house. It's about 8 minutes away. I got in my car like normal, started up and started to drive to her house. It's important to know that immediately when I got in my car, it felt off. I chalked it up to the fact that I was, 15 driving a car without a license. But I just couldn't brush it off. Because of the unsettling feeling I had, I never turned any music on or pretty much just drove in silence. I wanted to be extra careful and aware of my surroundings. It's also important to know me and my best friend always see flashing lights or lights flickering in general because of a past experience. Maybe it's a warning. So I'm driving through this neighborhood I've been in a million times, and out of the corner of my eye I see this porch light turn off and on, and I say out loud, "Okay, I see ya." I don't really think much about it and I continue my way to my sister. Eventually, I come to this stop sign, and the street light above me turns off completely and off and on again. I freeze staring at the light, take a deep breath, and keep driving. I take a turn to the street the house is on. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone's garage floodlight flashing. It was so fast, like a light bulb was about to blow. I look out of my driver window to look at it while I'm slowing down. My head's out of the window, and I'm at a rolling stop. I'm so caught off guard. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone sitting behind my passenger seat in the car. My heart froze. I checked to double check what I saw, so I stopped my car completely in the middle of the road and turned all the way around. Clear as day, a man is sitting on the back seat of my car, and I can describe him very clearly. His head was down, but he had blonde hair parted to the side. Looked like Ryan Gosling in Crazy Stupid Love. His arm was resting on the armrest on the door. I can't remember his clothes, just his eyes. They were sunken in. His whole face, in fact. He had a really long point nose and bushy eyebrows. He was very, very, very tall. His knees were up so high they were basically at his chest. He didn't say anything, but I could see his chest rise and fall. He was there, and I could see every detail of him. There was no way it was my imagination. I looked at him for what felt like hours when it was probably only 15 seconds at most. And suddenly he was gone. Didn't see him float away or anything. Just like that, he wasn't there anymore. I parked my car in the middle of the street, got out, looked outside and inside my car for someone. I was so confused and convinced a living, breathing man was just in my car. The worst thing is the way he made me feel. I've seen ghosts before, and from my experience, they don't acknowledge me or give off bad energy. He did. When I looked at him, time froze, and I felt like I was in danger. I felt like he wanted to hurt me. It was malevolent. I got back in my car and continued to drive to my sister. Picked her up and we left. I was holding back tears and shaking like a leaf. The thing was, I knew deep down the whole drive something was off, and I wasn't alone the whole time, and that the lights were indeed a warning. This man scared me. I came home and broke down in tears trying to tell this story. Again, believe what you may, but this was real. Now, since this has happened, I've been to a medium, sold the car, stopped ghost hunting for a while. Now I'm back, and I'm so excited. If you want to hear any other stories, I'm happy to share. Am I the only one experiencing supernatural things in my family? So I'm a 17-year-old male. I've been having weird encounters with otherworldly beings. I was really interested in communicating with spirits, so I did. I've had some spirits talking to me. I'm from India. In our locality, we have a lot of Hindus, and their worship centers also scared forests, which are worshipped by these people. He might mean sacred. My family is very Catholic Orthodox, and so am I. I do believe in Jesus as well as the devil. So many months ago, my cousins came for their vacation. We were discussing how boring it was to spend all the time at our house, so we decided to venture into the sacred forest. You wrote scared again, so maybe it is a scared forest. Even though our family have repeatedly told us not to. We went anyways, so it was around 6:30. It wasn't that dark, but still with that thick canopy of forest, it was really dark inside. FYI, it's actually a forest-like area, and it's like around 100 acres of land that's just forest. No people live near there. So we just started walking through the forest, and it was around 10 minutes into the walk that I noticed the entire atmosphere's changed. It was eerily silent. I was a bit anxious about going to the forest, but still went with them. After about 1 kilometer into the forest, I spotted this white, transparent humanoid figure along the tree line. I suddenly stopped, pointed at the direction of the figure to my cousins. They said that they can't see anything and said that maybe it's just fog. But I knew deep down that it wasn't safe to go into the forest. I asked my cousins to get back to the house since that day. I've been seeing the same figure almost everywhere. I can't get loose of it. I feel like I'm being haunted by it. I've been talking to spirits, as I've said, since the past few weeks. I just get so many dreams about a 12-year-old girl named Lizzie. I always wake up in the dream at around 1 a.m. and it's almost like a routine for me. I was chilling on my balcony one day when I saw the same exact girl again along the tree lines of the forest. She just disappeared in the blink of an eye. Blink, see ya.